Chapter 91, According to Plan. Naruto was rather enjoying performing the wedding ceremony for his old friend and his rather troublesome bride. Temari looked quite beautiful in her white wedding kimono with her hair long and her face covered in the traditional white makeup. Though not as beautiful as his Hinata-chan. The wedding at the Nara estate was smaller than his had been, but still pretty big with a few hundred guests attending. Asuma had been given the honor of walking Temari down the aisle. Hinata-chan had trailed behind holding up the edge of the wedding kimono. Chuji was standing next to Shikamaru and giving him moral support, while making sure he didn't make a run for it. Temari looked at Shikamaru with love and simple joy. Seeing the happiness in her face, Shikamaru relaxed. He really loved her, even if she was scary. After both of them had sipped the ceremonial sake, Naruto looked out at the guests. Can any give just cause why these two should not be joined in sacred marriage? There was a loud cough and all eyes turned in surprise to a certain blonde sitting in the first row. What? Ino said innocently. I had to cough. Eyes quickly were turned back to the bride as her killer intent was suddenly raging. The fact that she was growling made some of the guests nervously check escape routes. Honey, Shikamaru said carefully. Please don't kill her. Killing a wedding guest is a bad omen for a marriage. Yoshino pointed out helpfully. With an act of will, Temari brought her killer intent back under control. She did still send her soon-to-be husband a glare. Why was she invited again? Shikamaru sighed. Because I have known her since we were kids. She is a friend and former teammate, my best friend's girlfriend, and my mom likes her. Since there is no objection, Naruto looked directly at Ino, who continued looking sweet and innocent. Why don't we continue with the ceremony? As tempting as it was to run inside and grab her fan, Temari decided it was better to just go ahead and get married. Fortunately for the innocent bystanders, nothing else out of the ordinary occurred. With a tremendous amount of relief, Naruto informed Shikamaru that he could now kiss his bride. As they kissed, Naruto declared, "May I present to you Nara Shikamaru and his bride Nara Temari." XXXXXXXXXXX. The Nara clan was financially well off but not immensely rich like other clans such as Namikaze, Uchiha, or Hyuga. Since Chuji was there and beef was being served at the reception, it was decided having an open bar might bankrupt the clan. Kiba was at the bar working on his second bottle of sake. Even if he had to pay, he was determined to at least really enjoy himself here at the wedding reception. He had after all not had much fun at the bachelor party, again. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kiba was just glaring at Chuji as he finished off his seventh plate of beef. You know, I thought Shikamaru's bachelor party was lame, but at least we had sake. Chuji, this has got to be the worst bachelor party in the history of bachelor parties. Chuji looked hurt. You don't like the food? Kiba rolled his eyes. The food's just fine, but this is supposed to be a wild night with drinking and naked dancing girls. Don't be so troublesome, Kiba, Shikamaru put in with a bored tone. Temari threatened him about getting me drunk or having dancing girls. Chuji shivered. That's right. Kiba eyed the one female who was at the private celebration. Well, maybe we could have one dancing girl. What do you say, beautiful? Want to put on a show for us? In the next instant, Kiba was lying on the floor clutching his bruised face and moaning in pain. Yujito bowed to the Hokage before stalking back to her position, standing guard behind him. Forgive me, Hokage-san. Naruto shook his head. Come on, let's get him to the hospital and make sure he doesn't have a concussion. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kiba would have actually fantasized about having a hot blonde attack him at a bachelor party, but not like that. Suddenly he spotted a certain redhead heading towards the bar. Hey there, beautiful. Taewei glared at him. Oh come on, Kiba grinned. You're not still mad, are you? XXXXXXXXXXX. The morning after the wedding of Naruto and Hinata. Oh fuck me. Taewei said dully. At the sound of her voice, Kiba stirred a bit and opened his eyes. I already did, Twice. He was smiling up at her stunned face. Since you're awake, can you make me breakfast before we go at it again? There was a moment of complete quiet as she stared at him. Then. Ow! What the hell? Kiba complained and began rubbing his bruised backside after Taewei had literally kicked him out of bed. Taewei wrapped the blanket around her body and glared furiously at the boy sitting naked on her floor. Get the fuck out. Kiba got to his feet and began looking around for his clothes. Damn, I guess you're not the cuddling sort. Could I at least have a sandwich before I go? Taewei began looking around her apartment. Where the hell are my kunao? He was forced to leap out her window with nothing but his boxers on as she threw kunao at him. I'll call you. Kiba shouted back as soon as he was out of range. XXXXXXXXXXX. She ordered a bottle of sake before turning to look at him. Why the fuck would I be mad? Just because the whole fucking village knew about it by the end of the day. Kiba couldn't help but laugh. Well, come on, I mean they did see you hanging all over me at the reception. Taewei gave him just a sliver of a smile. You know I brought my flute with me. Kiba suddenly paled and grabbed his bottle. I'll see you later. XXXXXXXXXXX. At the reception there was a band playing and couples dancing. Naruto and Hinata of course danced. She was about 5 months along and showing. Though she enjoyed dancing with her husband, she decided to sit for a while. Naruto in turn decided to continue dancing with a few others, with Hinata's permission of course. He danced with Alisa, his mom, Gabriella, Taewei, Ino, yes, Hinata was okay with it, and even had one dance with the bride. So Yujito should not have been surprised when he approached her with a smile and an extended hand. Want to dance, Yujito? Despite watching him dance with so many partners, it had somehow never occurred to her that he might want to dance with her. Her heartbeat picked up a bit and her cheeks darkened a couple shades. Thank you, Naruto-san, but I've never really danced before. Still smiling, he reached out and took hold of both her hands. Then you're way past due, come on, it's not that hard. She tried to protest but did not really fight as he led her out onto the dance floor. And shortly the two of them were dancing. People did not stop to stare or begin whispering. Hinata did not run up to her to pull her away from him. They were just one couple on a crowded floor. Slowly she began to relax as she realized she really was dancing with him. Since his wedding she had thought about how wonderful dancing with him would be. And it turned out to be every bit as enjoyable as she'd hoped. They moved together with his hands lightly upon her hips and hers resting on his shoulders. He was so graceful as he led across the dance floor. The best part of the dancing was that she got to look into those beautiful blue eyes. He was paying attention to her, not as a bodyguard, but as his dance partner. She really liked his attention. You were trying to fool me. Naruto accused. What? She had sudden panicked thoughts about him knowing about her feelings. You've danced before, he said happily. She let out a relieved breath and shook her head. No, this really is my first time. But it's not hard to follow where you lead. Well, I thank you for your trust in me, he said lightly. And as they continued to dance she gave him serious look. I would trust you with my life, so trusting you in a dance is not so much. He was a bit surprised at the solemn reply but nodded appreciatively. Well, thank you, Yujito-chan. You're very welcome, Naruto-kun. He quirked an eyebrow and sent her a questioning look. Naruto-kun. She suddenly gasped, realizing what she had just said. My apologies, Hokage-san. I did not mean to be so disrespectful, please forgive me. But Naruto simply laughed as they continued to dance. Yujito-chan, I was just teasing. You're one of my precious people and you can call me Naruto-kun whenever you like. She nodded carefully. I am a precious person. He looked at her in surprise. Well, of course you are, I like you and I care about you. You are precious to me. She felt her face darken. Thank you, Naruto, that means a great deal to me. And you are very precious to me as well. He nodded pleased. Are you feeling alright, Yujito-chan? You look sort of flushed. She nodded quickly and reassured. At this moment I think I feel better than I ever have. The two continued to dance. From a table Kusina and Hinata watched. Yujito seems to be enjoying herself. Kusina said carefully. Yes. Hinata replied. Perhaps just a little too much. Kusina suggested. Hinata glanced at her beloved mother-in-law. I'm glad Yujito is enjoying herself. I know the two of them are good friends. Kusina nodded and said no more. XXXXXXXXXXX. Before Shikamaru and Tamari could depart for their honeymoon, there was one thing Tamari had to take care of first. All you single girls get up here. Tamari called out. I'm going to throw the bouquet. There was a rush of about a dozen young women to the floor near Tamari. As Teiwaya headed up, she noticed Gabriella was still seated with Haku. Aren't you coming? Gabriella shook her head and patted Haku's hand. No thanks, I already know my future. XXXXXXXXXXX. At the wedding reception of Naruto and Hinata. Hinata turned her back to the assembled girls. Ready? Here it comes. She tossed out the bouquet. Hey. Ow. Bitch. Ino, Tenten, and Teiwaya glared at Gabriella as she held her hard-won prize. You shoved me. Ino accused. Me too. Tenten rubbed her arm. What the fuck? You're already engaged. Teiwaya let her have it. Just wanted to make sure. Gabriella said happily. XXXXXXXXXX. As the girls gathered, Ino, Teiwaya, and Tenten eyed each other. It was a silly tradition, but the fact was silly or not, they all wanted that bouquet. Tamari turned her back. Go get it, ladies. In her excitement she threw it a bit further than she'd planned to. Yujito had only gone up because Alisa had insisted and almost dragged her up there. Having no wish to fight with a mob of women over a bunch of silly flowers, she stood to the rear at what she thought a safe distance. And so of course when the bouquet headed straight for her face, she was forced to catch it more or less in self-defense. Yujito found herself holding the bouquet and being faced down by 12 unhappy young women. You got the bouquet. Alisa shouted happily. That means you're going to get married. What? She looked at the little girl in confusion. What does catching flowers have to do with my getting married? Ino laughed. I guess they don't have this tradition in Lightning Country. Here we believe that whoever catches the bouquet is the next one to get married. Though Ino couldn't see it, Chuji let out a sigh of relief. Oh, Yujito looked down at the flowers she was holding. I see. So who's the lucky guy? Ino teased. Yujito insisted there was no one she would even think of marrying, but held he flowers tightly to make sure she didn't lose them. XXXXXXXXXXX. Having said their goodbyes, Shikamaru and Tamari climbed into a closed carriage and headed out of the village. They would spend a week in a little seaside villa for their honeymoon. Normally Tamari would never travel in a carriage, she preferred traveling under her own power. But it was tradition that the couple leave for their honeymoon in a carriage. They would go to an inn not far from Konoha and stay there for the night. Afterwards they would continue on their own. The carriage was wide and had cushioned seats. Shikamaru happily stretched out and let out a relieved sigh. Well, I'm glad that's over with, now we can just relax. Tamari carefully pulled the curtains down on the two-door windows. As soon as that was done, she began pulling off her wedding kimono. Who the hell said anything about rest, you lazy ninja? There was a smile on her face and an evil gleam in her eye. I'm still not pregnant and you have work to do. Shikamaru sat up and looked at her in horror. Here. XXXXXXXXXX. As the wedding carriage rolled along, people wondered why it seemed to be rocking so much. XXXXXXXXXX. 4 weeks later. As we agreed. The blue-haired ninja placed a massive briefcase on his desk. 100 million ryu in cash. As well as this, she placed a sealed document upon his desk. A non-aggression pact between our respective forces and a guarantee not to operate in or accept missions from Lightning Country. The Raikage's greedy eyes settled on the briefcase. Excellent. Conan frowned at the man's weakness. To think such a greedy fool had risen all the way to Cage. The Amekage expects you to keep your end of the bargain as well. The Raikage nodded. Of course, I am happy to hand Yujito over to you. She has served me well, but she has always been a danger. Conan nodded. You have done very well for yourself and your village. Not only will you remove the danger but you've made a great profit. Behind her smile Conan hoped that this was the first ninja village pain destroyed. The Amekage will be pleased to know that everything is going according to plan. Chapter 92, An Old Tradition. November was when fall began turning into winter. All the harvests were in and the fields were left bare. The trees had shed their leaves and the roses had withered away and would not be seen again until the following spring. There would be the first real cold days and the winds would pick up. Often the first snow flurries would come in November, leaving it all to clear that winter was on the way. It was a time to ready yourself for the bitter storms to come. XXXXXXXXXX. Since becoming Hokage, Naruto had been learning that very few of his decisions were truly significant. That is to say that in the time he'd been Hokage perhaps 6 or 7 of his decisions were vital to the survival and well-being of his village and his people. Most of his decisions were important only to the people who were directly involved. Naruto was often forced to deal with issues that pitted one group from the village against another. He really hated those situations because there was usually no clear-cut, bad guy. Both parties were loyal and law-abiding. But they would want different things and he was expected to settle their dispute. Usually with the result that one side ended up very unhappy with him. He tried to be as even-handed as he could, but there were just times when his actions had to favor one side or the other. As he and his little group headed toward the Hyuga mansion, he recalled a conversation he'd had with Tsunade shortly after being made her successor. He'd had his mother and his Naizen drill honor and codes of conduct into him from birth. Jiraiya had tried to give him a pragmatic point of view. Tsunade had tried to combine the two, idealism with a good bit of practicality. XXXXXXXXXX. 8 months ago. The two of them were leaving the tower. Tsunade smiled at him. How did you like your first day as acting Hokage? Please tell me there usually isn't that much paperwork. He grumbled. She laughed. I hate to break this to you Naruto, but not every day will involve life or death decisions. But in a lot of ways the smaller decisions you'll have will be harder than the big ones. What do you mean? Tsunade grinned. Well, when Orochimaru is attacking the village it's pretty easy to know what needs to be done. But when two groups come up to you both claiming to have been cheated and ask you to decide who is in the wrong, it can be hard to sort out. I don't see why. I'll just punish the one who is wrong. Naruto replied. Oh really? Tsunade said. A man owns a one-of-a-kind sword which he believes to be defective. The sword was especially made by his clan and he has spent many years hoping to unleash its power. Finally convinced it will never be the mighty weapon it should be, he decides to simply give it away. A member of a different clan took the unwanted sword and was able to finally unleash its full potential. Seeing the weapon really was as powerful as he had hoped, he demanded it be returned to him as it had originally been his, and he had only given it away because he thought the sword useless. The second clan refused to give up ownership, claiming the first had given up all rights to it. They both come to you demanding that the sword is theirs. How do you rule? Naruto gave the situation some thought. In his mind he compared the one-of-a-kind sword to one of his father's unique jutsu scroll. He imagined his mother somehow mistaking it for a common library scroll and simply giving it away without realizing what it really was. I would have it returned to the original clan. Naruto stated and explained his reasoning. Tsunade nodded. So according to you I should have removed Gabriella from your mother's squad and placed her in another one of Ryuki's choosing. He stared at her. What are you talking about? The example I just gave you was about Gabriella, she was the unique weapon. Her father spent many hours and much effort trying to help her develop the Sharingan. When he gave up hope that she would ever succeed, he declared that he and the Uchiha clan were disinterested in her. At which point I placed her under Kushina. Well, of course Gabriella finally achieved Sharingan, at which point her father demanded she be reassigned to a new squad. Tsunade nodded to herself. I refused. Arrogant jerk, I'd have refused too. Naruto declared. Oh. She came to an abrupt halt. Why the sudden change of heart? Naruto frowned. Well, because Ryuki is arrogant and... So you're going to base your decisions on personal preference. Tsunade frowned. That's not justice, Naruto, that's playing favorites. Suppose Gabriella were a member of the Nara clan who had failed to use shadow jutsus. Say she was placed under a sensei who was an Uchiha and that somehow he was able to help her activate her Kekii Genkai. If Shikamaru or Yoshino came to you wanting her placed on a new squad after telling you they'd had no interest in her, what would you do then? Would you reverse yourself again just because it was the Naras? Even if you don't like a particular person or group, Naruto, as Hokage you are honor-bound to treat them with the same respect and concern you show for everyone else. He listened to her and he slowly nodded. I guess you're right. He let out a depressed sigh. It sounds like being Hokage is going to be even harder than I thought. Oh, it will be, trust me. You're going to have situations where different rights come into conflict. Kami help you the first time one of the merchant guilds has an argument with one of the clans. She shut her eyes in remembered pain. You get one side screaming about contracts and agreements and the other shouting about clan rights, and they both have some points. It can be a real headache sometimes. So what do you do? He asked, genuinely curious. She started walking again. You do the best that you can, and if at all possible you try to find some sort of compromise where both sides can at least get something. Naruto thought that very good advice and made sure to remember it. XXXXXXXXXXX. As the four of them entered the Hyuga estates, his wife suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you for doing this, Naruto-kun. I know this is putting you in a difficult position. He looked over to her and gave her a little smile. It's all right, Hinata-chan, I'd do anything for you and I know just how much this means to you. Besides, he looked over at their two companions. I happen to think this is the right thing to do, even if it is going to be hard. XXXXXXXXXXX. After all his stays at the Hyuga mansion, Naruto didn't need the guards to show him the way to Hayashi's study. He could have led them. In short order he and the others were allowed in. Hayashi and the other clan members who were waiting bowed to him. You honor us with this visit, Hokage-sama. Hayashi said in his usual formal voice. If he was curious, he hid it well. He nodded to the others present. As you requested, the elders and 4 cadet branch members are also here. Thank you for honoring my request, Hayashi-san. Naruto, Hinata, Neji, and Tenten bowed to him. I know it was short notice and I appreciate it. I am at your service, Hokage-sama. Now that we are all here, can you tell me the cause for this meeting? He glanced at Neji and Tenten. Neji looked completely at ease whereas Tenten was clearly fidgeting. I presume it has something to do with my nephew and his girlfriend. It is. Naruto answered. He looked at Hayashi and the elders warily. They were good people, and he was personally in their debt. And if they were too formal and too committed to rigid and harsh traditions, that by itself did not make them bad men. Of course Naruto had never had the caged bird seal placed on him or lived with the fact that his children would have it placed on them. The Hyuga wouldn't have dared to make that a condition for Hinata's marrying the Namikaze clan heir. Kusina had told Hayashi many years before that as much as she adored Hinata she would never permit her grandchildren to bear the seal. Niji calmly reached out and took Tenten's hand into his. Hayashi-sama, I wish to marry Tenten and make her my wife. The news was hardly shocking to anyone who had seen the two of them together. Hayashi nodded and even produced a small smile. I am pleased to hear that. I heartily approve and will welcome her into the clan. But why did you feel the need to have the Hokage and Hinata present? You could have simply told me in private. Niji looked at his uncle calmly. I do not want the caged bird seal placed on my children. I have come here with the Hokage and with Hinata-san in the hopes of convincing the clan to end the practice. To Hayashi's right were the four elders of the Hyuga clan, all of them main branch members. To Hayashi's left were four members of the cadet branch. Niji's simple statement produced immediate reactions from both groups. The elders looked as if they were having strokes and immediately began to shouting at Niji about clan traditions and clan loyalties and clan business. The cadet members said nothing at all, it was not their place to speak unless spoken to, but each one could not keep a hopeful look from crossing their faces. It took Hayashi a moment to calm down the elders. He faced Naruto with a frown and a very displeased look. Is that the reason you have come here, Hokage-sama? To try and force us to end the practice. The seal is one of our most honored clan traditions. One of the elders snapped. Niji looked at him and quirked an eyebrow. Have you ever asked someone who actually wears it whether or not they want the honor? It's cruel and barbaric. Tenten shouted. I wouldn't use it on an enemy, never mind on children. Naruto and Hayashi both motioned for silence. Everyone please calm down. Naruto focused on Hayashi. I give you my solemn word that I have not come here to try and force the Hyuga clan to do anything it does not want to. Hayashi nodded warily. I am happy to hear that, Hokage-sama. After all, the Hyuga clan has been loyal to this village since its founding. In return for this loyalty we naturally expect to have the rights promised to us by the Shoday honored. Naruto held up his hands. Believe me, Hayashi-san, I know about the special rights of clans and I am not about to interfere with that. If he was seen interfering with a clan's rights, even over something as distasteful as the bird seal, the other clans would be up in arms and screaming he had overstepped his bounds as Hokage. Given the precarious situation he was in with Akatsuki, Uchiha and Danzo, he needed the clans to keep supporting him. I am pleased to hear this given the fact that your own clan took full advantage of those rights. Hayashi pointed out. The elder who had spoken before decided to make the point unmistakably clear. Your mother killed dozens of men in cold blood to protect you and she was never so much as rebuked for it. If it were not for clan rights you never would have made it to your first birthday. Hayashi sent the man a look that silenced him. The last thing he wanted was to antagonize the Hokage and damage the close ties that the two clans shared. Especially since Naruto was not shouting or threatening. Please forgive that outburst, Hokage-sama. I know you are aware of the value of the special status that clans enjoy. As I also know you are aware of how much my clan and I personally have done on your behalf. Naruto could only nod at that. Hayashi-san, I readily admit that my mother used the clan rights to protect me. I am also more than ready to acknowledge the huge debt I owe to you and your clan. Not only for your protection, but for allowing me to marry my beloved Hinata-chan. He took a deep breath. As I have already stated, I will not try to force the Hyuga clan to do anything against its will. I am here to try and convince you that it is in the clan's own interests to end the practice. His very beautiful and very pregnant wife stepped forward. Father, you know how much pain and suffering the seal has caused. It has torn our family in two and reduced most of our clan to hopeless servitude. She looked pleadingly from her father to the elders. This is not how a family should be. My daughter, Hayashi spoke firmly. The seal is necessary, for the good of the clan as well as the village. It is needed to protect the secrets of the Byakugan. That is a lie. Niji stated flatly. If that were true, then every member of the clan would wear the seal. How dare you call the leader of your clan a liar? The same elder said angrily. Show him the proper respect, or... One word too late, he snapped his mouth shut. Niji grinned. He knew what the man had been about to say. Or he will punish me by activating my seal. That is the only real purpose to the seal, to force obedience through threat. No, Niji, Hayashi spoke up and covered up any embarrassment he might have felt. Its purpose is to protect the Byakugan. That has always been the main reason for the seal. In that case, Hayashi-san, Naruto spoke. I respectfully submit to you that the seal is not worth the trouble it causes. The fact of the matter is that while information can be gained from corpses, it is virtually impossible to artificially create a Kekki-i Genkai. Over the past decades, how many bodies of Uchiha, Nara, main branch Hyuga, have enemies recovered? Yet in all that time no one has ever found a way to artificially create a Kekki-i Genkai. In fact, pretty much everyone agrees that the only way to acquire one is to get a living person and then breed. That being the case, what real value does the seal hold? Hayashi frowned. Hokage-sama, it is an unfortunate reality that in this world some must lead and some must follow. Success in battle as well in life is only possible when there is absolute discipline. Each member must play his or her part in order for the whole group to succeed. I agree that discipline is vital to success. Naruto frowned. But every other clan manages without having to resort to corporal punishment. They instead rely on simple family loyalty and love. Hayashi looked at him in genuine surprise and slowly shook his head. I am sorry, but as a simple practical matter I would prefer to rely on the seal. I understand that many see it as a negative or even as distasteful. Nevertheless, the absolute security it provides has long been a strength. One we do not choose to give up. Naruto was very unhappy at what he would have to now do. He had honestly hoped that Hayashi might see simple reason. Hayashi was a good man, and though formal and reserved, Naruto knew he was fair. But on certain subjects his mind was made up and he was not open to change. At least not until the need for change was rubbed into his face. What would you say if the seal was no longer a strength but a terrible weakness? Naruto said quietly. How so? Hayashi asked. Naruto looked over to Niji, who barely nodded. May I have your permission to perform a jutsu? Hayashi again looked surprised. I presume it is not dangerous. Not to you. Naruto assured. Very well. Hayashi said. Naruto looked at the 4 cadet branch members. I am sorry. He performed 7 seals. Pain. The caged bird seals all began to glow. Immediately Niji and the other 4 screamed and dropped to the floor, clutching at their heads. Naruto released the jutsu after just a handful of seconds. It sickened him to have to hurt innocent people, but he hoped they would forgive him. Tenten and Hinata were kneeling over Niji as he and the others were still lying on the floor. The elders and Hayashi meanwhile were standing there dumbfounded. How did you do that? The elder shrieked. Only Hyuga members have the ability to activate the caged bird seal. Naruto sent him a nasty little smile. You don't really know much about seals, do you? He decided to give Hayashi and the rest a quick lesson on the basics of Fuinjutsu. He spoke almost the exact same words Jiraiya had while teaching him. Every seal is both a strength and a weakness because essentially every seal is a lock of one sort or another. The strength comes from the fact that a lock will protect and secure. The weakness comes from the fact that any lock can be opened so long as you have the proper key. This was some sort of trick. The elder insisted. I refuse to believe that anyone outside the clan could activate the seal. Naruto sighed. Why? Because a Hyuga originally invented it, so only a Hyuga could possibly figure out how it works. This was the sort of arrogance that was poisoning the Uchiha clan. The automatic assumption of superiority based not on ability but on simple birth. In the ninja world it was usually fatal to assume others could not do the same things you could. Yukal, Hayashi spoke calmly. The Hokage is recognized as a seal master and was trained by Jiraiya himself. We must acknowledge his expertise in this field. But it is impossible. Yukil turned and, did not quite, glare at the Hokage. It must have been some sort of trick. I thought you would believe that. Which is the reason I asked Hayashi-san to choose 4 adult cadet branch members and have them present. If you require more proof, go pick out any other members with the seal. I guarantee you this is no trick. None of them seemed eager to take him up on the offer. A fact for which Naruto was relieved. I acknowledge that you were able to activate the seals, Hayashi stated. This time no one objected. You should be aware that I could kill just easily as I inflicted pain. I trust you can all appreciate the fact that should this jutsu become known to our enemies, 3/4 of the Hyuga clan would immediately be rendered useless for missions or battles. Rather than being a strength, they would become a liability. Hayashi and the elders all looked at one another nervously. The harsh truth was that if their enemies could kill them with a single jutsu, then every cadet branch member really would have to be restricted to the village. 3/4 of their number would be made ineffective overnight. I trust that as Hokage you would not allow this information to be released, Hayashi said. Of course not, I would never do anything that would put my own people at risk. But the point is it can be done. Naruto looked at them seriously. Sooner or later someone from another village will figure this out just as I have. Especially when they learn it's possible. As Hokage you cannot make this public knowledge, Hayashi stated. That too would endanger the village. Oh, I won't say a word, Naruto said. But I will, Hinata said firmly. So will I, Tenten said as she helped Neji back to his feet. As will I, Neji said as he leaned more heavily than usual on his cane. I will, one of the cadet members spoke. And so will I, another stated. All 4 of the witnesses stated they would tell people about what had happened. Hayashi looked at them as though they were all mad. Do you understand that by letting this information get out you will be putting the lives of every cadet member in serious danger? If it means that my children will never bear the seal, then I am willing to take that risk, Neji said. To Hayashi's surprise the others all nodded. Hayashi looked back at Naruto. Hokage-sama, you are destroying my clan's most important tradition. Which only proves that some traditions really need to be destroyed, Naruto said with the slightest bit of sympathy. Traditions are man-made, Hayashi-san, they are not given to us by Holy Writ. Now it just so happens that along with developing a way to activate the seals, I have also come up with a way to permanently deactivate them. This new revelation brought more excitement from every clan member in the room, both cadet and main branch. Hinata had always been upset about how the cadet branch was treated. But when Neji had come to her to confess that he wanted to marry Tenten, but did not want his children to have the seal, it had set a new fire under her. The fact Alice's new best friend was also a Hyuga branch member was one more reason. Naruto had worked hard on creating 2 more new jutsus. One that would activate the curse seal and one that render it inert. Then he'd had to come up with a way to convince the Hyuga clan without causing them to hate him. I realize that this may be a very difficult transition, Naruto spoke up. Therefore, if the Hyuga clan would agree to abolish the caged bird seal and allow me to deactivate all the current ones, I would be willing to offer up some compensation. What sort of compensation? Hayashi asked suspiciously. Naruto smiled. I will allow the Hyuga clan to establish a new security force within the village and I will recognize you as its head. There was silence at the surprising offer. My clan has long sought to form a rival force to match the military police that the Uchiha dominate. Are you saying that if I agree to your terms you will authorize a second military police force? Naruto nodded. That's right. Currently the Umbu and the military police share responsibility for maintaining the internal security of the village. I propose that you found a new security force with the Hyuga serving as its core. We can call it the Internal Security Force, or the ISF. You will receive the exact same funding and have the exact same authority within the village as the military police. The UMBU will remain the only organization dealing with both internal and external threats. Hayashi considered the offer. This is something I have wanted since your father was still Hokage. It will greatly increase the standing and power of my clan. He looked at Naruto shrewdly. Why do you offer it to me now? As I said, it is compensation. Naruto replied simply. Hayashi grinned knowingly. You do not trust the Uchiha. I never said that. But you do not deny it? Naruto smiled carefully. What if I just say that having known the Hyuga clan my entire life, I have faith in the honor and loyalty in this clan? Naruto extended his hand. Will you accept my offer, Hayashi-san? Hayashi hesitated a moment. Getting rid of the caged bird seal was a radical step, and one he was not eager to take. But the fact was that if the seal could be activated by others, it was worthless. Worse than worthless, it was an exposed weakness. Whether he liked it or not, the seal would have to be gotten rid of, and the chance to completely outshine the Uchiha was just too good to pass up. He reached out and firmly shook hands with the Hokage. Hokage-sama, we have an agreement. XXXXXXXXXX. And so in one step Naruto destroyed a tradition that he and most others found despicable while establishing a new department that would rival the military police. And doing so while keeping the Hyuga clan firmly on his side. Tsunade would have been proud. Spoiler. 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 Author's note, this is a rant that has to do with the most recent manga. If you do not want to know what is happening there, please read no further. In my stories I have killed Naruto, multiple times. Killed Sasuke, multiple. Killed Sakura, multiple. Killed Hinata. Killed Tsunade. Killed Orochimaru. Killed Kabuto. Killed Sarutobi. Killed Shikaku. Killed Inoichi. Killed Choza. Killed Shuji. Killed Gaara. Killed Kankuro. Killed Temari. Killed Zabuza. Killed Kisame, multiple. Killed Itachi, multiple. Made Hinata a cold-hearted avenger. Made Hinata Ino's rival. Made Hinata give Naruto her first kiss publicly at a party. Made Hinata cut Ino's ponytail off. Made Hinata a pregnant wife. Made Hinata a scarred UMBU Black Ops captain. Made Sasuke Naruto's best friend. Made Sasuke Naruto's killer. Made Sasuke lose the Sharingan. Made Sasuke gain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Made Sasuke learn the inner gates. Made Sasuke kiss Sakura and later tell her it meant nothing. Made Sakura an avenger. Made Sakura date Lee. Made Kakashi retrieve Sasuke. Made Kakashi Naruto's Naizen. Made Kakashi perform a mission hunged as a woman. Made Kakashi a willing servant of Orochimaru. Made Tsunade lose a game of cards to a 9-year-old who had never played before. Made Tsunade sacrifice herself to save Naruto. Made Tsunade babysit. Made Tsunade try to teach medical jutsus to Naruto. Made Tsunade date Jiraiya. Made Tsunade torture Jiraiya with a 5-pound bag of salt. Made Jiraiya offer to give up peeping at women while training Naruto. Made Jiraiya take Naruto with him to IWA. Made Jiraiya question his sanity because he was in love with Tsunade. Made Minato a traitor. Made Orochimaru the Yondaime Hokage. Made Naruto cage of a village other than Konoha. Allowed the Kyuubi to destroy Konoha. Allowed the Kyuubi to be extracted. Made Anko Orochimaru's lover and right hand. Made Anko an avenger. Made Anko a stripper at a bachelor party. Made Anko a pregnant wife. Made Anko Naruto's aunt. Now I am fine with all of the above and a whole lot more. But Itachi massacring his entire clan and still somehow being one of the good guys? Sorry, that is just too much for me to imagine. Here is my problem. If Itachi had killed all the Uchiha ninja, I could understand that, especially if they were plotting a coup. He killed the entire clan, which would have included a good number of helpless civilians as well as babies and children. Any action that includes the mass slaughter of innocents cannot be considered lawful or justified under any circumstances. And if he was acting under Sarutobi's orders, which I do not believe, I would lose respect for Sarutobi as well. Chapter 93, Two Promises. Red flames within a golden circle inside a black square. That was the symbol of the new ISF. Ryuki hated it. No, he didn't simply hate it, he despised it with every fiber of his being. The ISF had been granted life thanks to an executive order of the Hokages. And the Hyuga clan had built it up with an indecent haste. Soon there would be ninja running about the village with their badges claiming to have the same authority and expertise and the military police. So far as Ryuki was concerned, the very existence of the ISF was nothing less than an insult to the entire Uchiha clan. And he had made damn sure the Hokage knew it. XXXXXXXXXXX. This is an outrage. Ryuki shouted. Naruto was sitting behind his desk in his pristine Hokage robe, utterly calm. What is? He said with a straight face. Don't play dumb. You damn well know I am talking about this fraud police force you've invented. The ISF is very real, I assure you. Hayashi promises me it will be fully functional within 2 weeks, and I believe him. Naruto remained completely serene. I demand that you rescind your executive order and not allow this abomination to take place. No. Since becoming the clan head of the Uchiha, Ryuki had not heard that word very often. And he was damned if he would allow even the Hokage to deny him. The very existence of this so-called police force of yours is a direct and unforgivable insult to my clan. How have I insulted your clan by taking steps to better protect this village? Naruto asked reasonably. We were given the right to establish the military police by the Shodai Hokage himself. We consider that to be a central part of our clan rights. To Ryuki's surprise, Naruto not only remained calm but actually nodded his agreement. I recognize that fact and would not do anything to deny you or your clan what was given to you by the Shodai. And I haven't. What do you mean? This invention of yours is a direct threat to my clan's rights. It is no such thing, it in no way threatens the existence of the military police. I have in fact done nothing at all to the funding or inner workings of the organization. I have left the military police completely untouched. You have violated our traditional right to enforce the laws of this village. No, I haven't. You are still free to enforce the laws of this village. You will simply have additional help. We have always acted alone, and I demand that you leave us our time-honored duty. I hate to correct you, Ryuki, but that is just not so. The military police have never been the sole authority within this village. They have always shared that responsibility with the Umbu. The Shodai never granted you the exclusive right to enforce the laws of this village, not even in his own lifetime. You cannot demand I respect a right that was never yours to begin with. Ryuki stared at the Hokage with impotent fury. This is an insult, and I promise you that my clan will not stand for it. You are free to bring the matter up with the council. What good would that do? Ryuki said bitterly. Of the 16 members, 3 of them are related to you by blood or marriage. While your most recent addition is your own personal servant. That taunt brought out the first sign of emotion as Naruto frowned. Haku is not my servant, he is a good friend of mine, and he is about to become your son-in-law. Which does me no good at all, since he will never go against your wishes. Most of the rest of the council seems to be made up of personal friends of yours. I've known most of them since I was an academy student, and being friends had nothing to do with politics. Naruto fondly recalled birthday parties and afternoons chasing Gamakiki around. Anyway, isn't that what a Hokage is supposed to do? Build up his support on the council. The point is, the council is nothing more than a rubber stamp. You will always find a majority on it to support whatever you do. Have you ever stopped to think that maybe the reason they support me is because they think I am doing a good job and believe in me? Naruto asked quietly. Ryuki shook his head. The council had nothing to do with any of that, it was all about politics and getting what you wanted through promises or intimidation. I will admit this much, you are a far more effective Hokage than I ever expected a 15-year-old to be. I'm 16 now. Naruto answered. And I've had some damn good teachers. Be that as it may, Hokage-sama, this creation of yours is a direct challenge to the supremacy of the Uchiha clan, and we will not tolerate it. Ryuki warned. Naruto narrowed his eyes. You know, Ryuki, that sounds an awful lot like a threat. You are free to take it however you wish, Hokage-sama, but know that my clan will not tolerate the Hyuga acting as policemen. He had said what he had come to say. He gave the Hokage a slight bow and turned to go. Ryuki, Naruto spoke and he halted his exit. My Nindo is to never go back on my word, and I never have. I have never broken a promise. I am going to make you two promises right here and now. First, I give you my word that so long as the Uchiha clan is loyal to this village and to me, I will never interfere with your clan rights. I will treat the Uchiha clan with the exact same amount of respect that I show every other clan of this village. Ryuki nodded, that was only proper, but he was glad to hear it. Even though in his opinion Naruto was doing exactly that by creating a rival police force. And your second promise? And as Ryuki watched, Naruto's face darkened. If the Uchiha clan ever betrays this village, I'll destroy them. What? Naruto repeated himself. If the Uchiha clan betrays the village, I will annihilate them. You would dare make such a threat openly? It is not a threat, it is a promise, and you can be sure that anyone who betrays this village will meet the same end. Ryuki offered up a false smile. The Uchiha clan would never betray the village or its Hokage. Naruto's smile was just as fake. Of course not, I never for a second thought that. Ryuki gave a second more respectful bow and left the office. XXXXXXXXXXX. That night he had asked his daughter to return home so he could speak with her. Gabriella had been happy to do so in the hopes that the clan had finally accepted the fact she was helping Haku found Mamakai. She was wrong. I want you to end your engagement to Haku. Ryuki told her flatly. Gabriella stared at her father. She had been in love with him for over 3 years now. He was the only one she wanted to be with. Father, how can you even ask that? I had a very hard time making my choice, but I made it. How can you expect me to go back on it now? Ryuki frowned at his only child. Things are changing, Gabriella. Since the sixth came into power, things have become far worse, both within and without the village. Haku is no more than a puppet of the Hokages, even if he does have a powerful bloodline. The elders and I agree that you should not marry him. I don't believe this. Father, there is no way I would ever break up with Haku. Her father looked at her sadly. In that case, I will have no choice but to disown you, daughter. You will no longer be seen as an Uchiha and you will not be welcomed in this house or in the Uchiha compound. She gasped, she had never once imagined that he could be this cruel. You'd disown me for marrying into another clan? That happens every damn year. Hitomi married into the Nara clan just a couple months ago. Have you disowned her too? Hitomi did not marry a clan head who is tied completely to the Hokage. Things are changing, Gabriella. The day is coming when you will have to choose sides. She did not like the sound of that one bit. I don't need to choose sides, father. She took a hold of the Hittite that was around her neck. This is my side. And in case you've forgotten, you wear one just like it? So you would put your loyalty to the village above that to the clan. She shook her head. They aren't mutually exclusive, father. I can be loyal to both. The Uchiha clan is a part of the village, we serve the village, not simply ourselves. Ryuki nodded as though agreeing. Of course we do, and that would never change. But a storm is coming, Gabriella, and no one can know just what the future holds. You are determined to marry Haku regardless of my wishes or the wishes of the elders. She stiffened her back. That's right, father. I love him and I am marrying him. He looked at her with real sadness. Even if he didn't always show it, he did love her. But the clan came first, even before immediate family. In that case I ask you to no longer consider yourself to be an Uchiha or my daughter. She stared at him a moment, not believing he could do something so callous so easily. Finally she took a step back and gave him a deep bow. Who am I to argue with the mighty Uchiha clan? She turned her back to him. Goodbye Uchiha Ryuki. She marched out of the house she had grown up in and out of the Uchiha compound. She promised herself she would never step foot into either one again. XXXXXXXXXX. Hokage-sama, would you please marry us? Naruto looked up from the dinner table where he and all the other residents of the mansion were eating. Gabriella had stormed in and dragged Haku out of his seat to talk to him. After a few minutes they had come back into the dining room. Naruto didn't understand the need for the question. I've already agreed to Gabriella. I'm very happy to perform the ceremony. I mean, would you marry us right now? Gabriella clarified. Now? Naruto asked. Gabriella and Haku both shook their heads. But Gabriella, Kushina spoke up. I thought you wanted to have a big wedding next spring? What about all the plans? Your wedding kimono isn't even ready yet. She bowed low to her sensei. I am very sorry for ruining all the plans we made together, Kushina sensei. I really did want to have a big fancy wedding with lots of guests. But I've decided that what I really want is to be Mamakai Gabriella, and I want it tonight. I don't want to wait. Kushina frowned. What happened with your father? Gabriella had told her about the meeting and her hopes of fixing the differences between them. He asked me to break my engagement. When I refused, he disowned me. He did what? Kushina was on her feet, furious. How dare he? The only reason to disown someone is if they have committed some unforgivable crime like murder or treason. I can't believe he would do this simply because you are marrying someone he doesn't approve of. Gabriella shook her head. It doesn't matter why he's doing it. The fact is I am no longer an Uchiha, so I figure I may as well get a head start on being a Mamakai. Naruto stood up from the dinner table. I'd be happy to marry you two tonight, but are you sure you don't want to wait even a few days? I'm sure my mom could set up something and you could invite guests. Gabriella shook her head adamantly. I want this done tonight. She paused in thought. But there is someone I'd like to invite. XXXXXXXXXX. So the two of you are tying the fucking knot, huh? Teiwaya said. Kushina immediately looked in her direction. Teiwaya, you do know I have plenty of soap in this house, don't you? Teiwaya shivered at her memories and nodded. Gabriella smiled. Better be careful with your language or you know what will happen. Yeah, I know. Teiwaya let out a sigh of frustration that was only partly due to having to censor herself. Well, congratulations, I know you'll be happy. Gabriella nodded. Thank you, and even though I hadn't gotten around to asking, would you be my maid of honor? Teiwaya blinked. Me? I sort of expected you would ask, Hinata. I mean, we haven't exactly gotten along real well. I know, but you saved me and Haku more than once. And I'm sort of hoping maybe we can finally stop fighting over him and be good friends. A bit surprised at the offer, Teiwaya nodded. I'd like that. She actually meant it. They had been teammates for a while now, and though there were jealousies and fights between them, there was also a powerful respect and occasional liking. Especially when Haku was somewhere else. XXXXXXXXXX. It was a very different sort of wedding. There was no planning, no formal dress, no music, no walk down the aisle, and except for Teiwaya the only people attending were the people who lived at the mansion. There was also a certain amount of irony given the fact that a girl who had spent her whole life dreaming of a big formal wedding had wound up insisting on what really amounted to an elopement. There was also a bit of irony in the fact that Anko wound up attending a wedding at the Namikaze mansion, with Kushina present, dressed in a trench coat, mini-skirt, and fishnet. The ceremony was small and completely informal, but by the way the couple kissed it seemed clear they were both happy with it. XXXXXXXXXXX. There was a loud and insistent knocking on Kiba's apartment door. "I'm coming already," he shouted as he opened the door. There was Taewei standing in her usual ninja clothing, looking at him as though she was thinking about kicking him. "Taewei, what are you doing here? Right now I'm standing in the fucking hallway. Are you going to invite me in or what?" Sure," he stepped aside. "Come on in." After she'd stepped inside he closed the door. He was looking at her a little nervously. "What can I do for you?" She looked at him suspiciously. "Why have you been sending me flowers and candy since we had sex?" Feeling like he was on trial he nervously scratched his neck. "Well, I guess I thought you might like them." She shook her head. "I know that. What I mean is, why do you send them?" He looked at her and knew that if he lied she would know it. He stared at the floor and mumbled something. "What was that?" Taewei questioned. "I said I like you." Kiba repeated just a little louder. She snorted. "Which means you're hoping to fuck me again?" "No." He snapped his eyes back up to meet hers. "I don't just want to have sex, I really like you and I want you to be my girlfriend." "Bullshit!" she shouted at him. "I'm not the kind of girl that guys want to be with." Images of Gabriella and Hinata flashed through her mind. "I'm the one guys just want to fuck and forget." "I don't. I really like you and I really want to be with you." "Oh yeah? Why? Why would you want to be with someone like me?" "Look, I won't pretend I don't want to have sex with you. You're beautiful, you have a killer body, and you are just an animal in bed." Despite her own blunt nature she actually blushed at that. "But that's not it. You're honest and straightforward and you never play the stupid games other girls do. You're fun to be with and when you're around things are always interesting." He looked away again. "Look, I know that I'm not Haku. I'm really not the sensitive type, but I'm a good guy and I would treat you good. I just plain like you." He let out a depressed sigh. He was sure Haku could have said that much more smoothly, but sharing feeling was not his thing. Taewei stared at him in surprise. She wasn't sure what she'd been expecting when she'd decided to come here. Part of her had wanted to just finally confront Kiba on why he kept sending her stuff. Another part of her was feeling lonely and had been sort of hoping for another one-nighter. No part of her had expected him to come right out and say he genuinely liked her. "So you really want to date me?" "Yeah," he nodded. She shrugged. "Okay then." He looked at her in surprise and in sudden hope. "Okay." His heart began pounding in his chest. She nodded. "If you're serious we can give it a shot." "But," she stuck a finger in his face. "There are two things you better understand right up front. I've been played and I won't ever let that happen again. So 1, don't ever lie to me. If you ever lie to me it's over. And 2, if I ever catch you cheating on me I'll cut your fucking balls off. Got me?" He nodded. "I understand, I promise I won't ever lie or cheat." "Man, she's scary, but so hot." "Good." She grabbed him and brought his mouth down to hers. She eagerly sent her tongue into his mouth and began pulling off his jacket. "Now take me to bed and I'll show you what kind of an animal I am." That was all the invitation he needed as he scooped her up and headed towards the bedroom. XXXXXXXXXXX. 2 weeks had passed and the ISF had finally begun operation. There had been no further complaints from the Uchiha clan. Naruto wasn't sure whether to be relieved by their silence, or to be worried about it. He tended to go with the latter. There was a knock on his office door and Shizen poked her head in. "Pardon me Hokage-sama, but Jiraiya is here and he insists on talking to you immediately." Naruto calmly nodded even as his stomach turned to ice. Jiraiya hadn't planned on returning to the village so soon. If he was here demanding to talk, it couldn't possibly be good news. Jiraiya came in and carefully shut the door. One look at his face confirmed Naruto's fears. As was his habit, Jiraiya did not bother wasting any time. He pulled out a scroll and handed it over. "Kid, we have got a serious problem. This is a copy, don't ask me how I got it, but I guarantee you it's 100% authentic." Naruto quickly opened up the scroll and began reading it. His eyebrows jumped at what was there. A non-aggression pact between Akatsuki and Lightning. He couldn't believe that any Kage could be so blind as to actually trust Akatsuki. Or so stupid as to hand over a loyal ninja to them, never mind a Jinchuriki. "Jiraiya, are you absolutely sure this is real?" "Kid, if I had any doubts I wouldn't be here in person." "There's no doubt about it. Yujito is about to be betrayed." Chapter 94, Will You? Hinata, Gabriella, and Tamari were sitting down at a restaurant for lunch one day. The fourth member of their group was running a bit late. The three married women all began to make small talk, and not surprisingly the conversation turned to the subject of their husbands. Each of them naturally thought that they had the best husband and began arguing back and forth to no avail. Seeing their arguing was getting them nowhere, Tamari had an idea. "Hey, instead of arguing about whose husband is the best, why don't we compare the feature about our husbands we like best?" Tamari said. "Well, that sounds interesting." Gabriella said. "I'm in." Hinata nodded. "Oh, me too." "All right then, why don't you start us off, Hinata?" Tamari stated. "Well, Naruto's best feature is definitely his eyes." She let out a girlish sigh that hinted at long hours spent thinking about those eyes. "They are the most amazing shade of blue, and when he looks at me in a certain way She began to blush just at the thought. "I just know that he loves me and always will." "Ah," Gabriella smiled. "That is sweet." Tamari nodded and turned to her right. "Why don't you go next, Gabriella?" "Sure, with Haku his best feature is without a doubt his lips." Gabriella smiled dreamily. "They are unbelievably soft, and when he kisses me he makes my knees weak." Hinata put a hand over her mouth and giggled. Tamari grinned approvingly. "So how about you, Tamari?" Gabriella asked. "Well, believe it or not, Shikamaru's best feature is his hands. They're strong but also very gentle. When he holds me I know he will never let me go, and I know he will also be gentle with me." Both the other girls agreed that was a great trait for a husband to have. "Well, this still doesn't help us pick a winner," Tamari complained. "Winner for what?" The fourth member of their group arrived and pulled up a seat. "Oh, Anko," Hinata greeted her. "We were trying to decide which of us has the best husband, and so we were comparing the best feature of each." Tamari nodded. "That's right, for Naruto it's his eyes, for Haku it's his lips, and for Shika it's his hands." Gabriella smiled encouragingly. "So you want to join in?" Anko shrugged. "Well, okay, but I'm afraid my man has got all of yours beat." "Really?" Hinata asked curiously. "What is Shinzu's best feature?" "Well, you see, he does this thing with his tongue where..." She spent about 5 minutes graphically describing exactly what he did. Hinata turned 10 shades of red before passing out in her seat. Gabriella covered her ears and ran to the ladies' room to get away. Tamari, however, sat there and listened to every word fascinated. When Anko was finally done, she said, "Damn it, do you think Shinzu could come over and have a talk with Shika?" Anko meanwhile sat there and smiled, knowing she had won. XXXXXXXXXXX. It is our hope that all the world's oceans be joined in peace. So why do the winds and waves now rise up in angry rage? Naruto said quietly. What was that, kid? Jiraiya asked. That was a poem spoken by an ancient emperor on the eve of a great and terrible war. It somehow seemed appropriate. Jiraiya shook his head, slightly amused. I've got to say I never took you for a poet. Naruto shrugged. I read more than just jutsu scrolls in my family library. Well kid, you might want to brush up on your poetry. I've got more bad news for you. Why am I not surprised? The Raikage has already sent a messenger to contact her. I'm guessing he'll be ordering her to return to Kyumo. He wouldn't dare. Naruto said sharply. We have a signed contract that doesn't run out for another 5 months. If he breaks a contract with me, it's an insult not just to me but to the whole village. Jiraiya nodded. I know kid, but I'm guessing he thinks it's worth the risk. Naruto looked at the scroll in his hands. So what do I do now? XXXXXXXXXX. Yujito was at her usual spot standing guard outside the Hokage store. She'd been doing it long enough that no one even noticed her anymore. She'd also been doing it long enough to get used to not smelling any fear. Right now there was a slight bit of worry among the staff in the reception area, but that had nothing to do with her. Jiraiya had arrived unexpectedly and demanding to see the Hokage. That was what had people worried. The door to the office opened and Naruto popped his head out. Yujito, would you come in here please? Of course Hokage-san. Once in his office he invited her to be seated. Jiraiya was also seated and was looking at her with a little too much concern. Kid, this is a mistake. Maybe, Naruto acknowledged. But she has a right to know. He handed her the scroll. Jiraiya assures me that what's on this scroll is authentic. Naturally curious, she took it from him. As she read it, she gave no indication of what she thought. Finally she rolled it back up and handed it back to Naruto. You do realize I am going to have to report that this information has been stolen from my village? Naruto and Jiraiya both stared. That's it? Naruto demanded. He seemed far more upset than her. How can you be calm about this? He opened the scroll back up and read off a line. The village of Kyumo gives up all claim to the Jinhyuriki Yujito and agrees to deliver said Jinhyuriki to Akatsuki to do with as they please. He looked up and stared at her. She stared back completely calm. How are you not upset by this? She sighed. The fact that the Raikage wants me dead doesn't come as any surprise. His fear of me has been growing stronger over the last few years. In that time he has assigned me about 8 or 9 suicide missions. She gave a cat-like grin. I had the poor grace to survive them of course, and each time I did his fear scent got a little stronger. I know how much you paid for my services, but you probably could have gotten the Raikage to pay you to keep me away for a year. I wish I'd known that before. Naruto said dully. You do realize that this is different? Jiraiya said. If they hand you over to Akatsuki you won't survive. I understand that, she said calmly. But I've always understood that as a ninja my life could end at any time. There's a difference between dying because you ran into an enemy that was too strong for you and being betrayed. Naruto said angrily. Seeing him so upset for her sake gave her a sudden warm feeling. Thank you for caring, she said gratefully. But as a lightning nin I am bound by my duty to follow whatever orders my Raikage gives me. You have got to be kidding me. Are you saying you're actually going to let them hand you over? Naruto demanded. Yujito gave him an unruffled nod. What else can I do? Tell them no. Jiraiya offered. Naruto nodded his firm agreement. Your village and your Raikage have betrayed you, you owe them nothing. What other choice do I have? Become a missing nin and spend the rest of my life being chased not just by Akatsuki but by hunter nins as well. You don't have to become a missing nin. Naruto told her. I can offer you political asylum and make you a leaf nin. But to his very great surprise she shook her head. That would almost certainly lead to a war with lightning. The Raikage may not want me, but that doesn't mean he'd want any of the other villages to have me. I won't be so cowardly and weak as to cause a war just to try and save myself. Naruto looked at her worriedly. If you won't take my offer and you won't become a missing nin, what does that leave you? It leaves me as a lightning nin with another suicide mission. She shrugged and played it off. Who knows? Maybe I'll surprise him again by coming back alive. Naruto shared a quick look with Jiraiya, who gave a slight shake of his head. Neither of them thought she would have any chance of surviving an Akatsuki trap. XXXXXXXXXXX. Is something wrong, Naruto-kun? You've been awfully quiet tonight. Hinata asked as they were getting ready for bed. Naruto shook his head and gave her a tired smile. It's nothing I can discuss, I'm afraid. That was something the two of them had learned. That even though she was his wife and dearest friend, there were times he had to keep things from her because of his duties as Hokage. Hinata had learned to accept this, but being his wife and being very perceptive, she sometimes had a way of figuring things out on her own. Does this have anything to do with Yujito? He suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable for some reason. Why do you say that? She nodded. So this is about her. Huh. He looked shocked. She giggled. Naruto-kun, I love you, but sometimes you're very easy to see through. If this had nothing to do with her, you would have just answered no. Seeing the look on his face, she giggled again. So, is there anything you can tell me without putting the village in danger? He thought about it. Hinata was very clever and she had already figured out that something was going on. Maybe she could help him find some way out of this mess. All right, but what I am about to tell you is an S-rank secret. You can't share this with anyone else. She nodded. Of course. All right then, Jiraiya brought in some really troubling intelligence. He gave her a quick rundown of what had been on the scroll and then what Yujito's reaction had been. So at this point Yujito is about to be ordered to leave and there doesn't seem to be anything I can do to help. I see, Hinata said slowly. I just wish there was something I could do for her. Maybe there is, Hinata answered. She gave her husband an odd look he had never seen before. There is something I need to tell you. XXXXXXXXXX. A few days after the wedding of Shikamaru and Temari, Naruto and Yujito had just returned from the tower. As was their normal habit, now that they were back in the mansion, they both headed to their own rooms. Yujito was surprised to find Hinata near her quarters, apparently waiting for her. Yujito-chan, Hinata said in a friendly tone. Could I have a word with you? Despite her outward appearance, Yujito could smell determination and worry rolling off of her. She nodded and gave a simple, sure in reply. Once in her room with the door shut, Hinata turned to face her and wasted no time getting to the point. Do you love my husband? Yujito stared at her and felt panicked. What? Do you love my husband? Hinata repeated calmly. Love him. She tried to laugh, but it came out as a hollow-sounding chuckle. I respect him and think very highly of him and like him. But love him? I am a Jinhuriki from a foreign village. My falling in love with the Hokage would be ridiculous, like something from a silly romance novel. Whether a feeling might seem ridiculous or not has nothing to do with whether or not it is real. Hinata informed her in a steady tone. I watched as you danced with him and I have noticed the way you look at him sometimes. You hide it well, but I can tell that you care for him. Yujito had faced many difficult situations in her life. The worst had been the slow death of Junsaku-sensei. This had to be the second hardest. She broke eye contact with Hinata and looked down at the floor. Even if I felt something, I would never act on it. He is a married man and I know just how much he loves you. I know you wouldn't. Hinata said. If you were the type of woman who would, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I'd shut down all your chakra points and then shave off all your hair. Yujito looked back up at the still polite Hinata. Are you serious? Hinata smiled. Ask Ino about that sometime. But the point is, I can see that despite your feelings you are still respectful of me and my marriage. I respect you as well, Yujito, and like you. She paused for a long moment. Did you know that he can have more than one wife? The same law that allows Shinzu to have multiple wives applies to him as well. Yujito could feel her face turning red as a surge of emotion suddenly coursed through her. What do you mean? I mean just what I said, Naruto can have more than one wife. When he was away I decided that if it was necessary for the good of his clan or the village for him to marry someone else that I would accept it. I was certain of my love for him and of his for me, and since then I have only grown more certain. When he finally came home he made me a promise, without my asking for it, that I would be the only one he would ever marry. I won't lie, that promise made me very happy. But I would be willing to release him from it under the right circumstances. What sort of circumstances? Yujito asked nervously. It would have to help his clan or the village, and she would have to love him. I would never release Naruto from his promise to marry someone who was only trying to use him. When I was a little girl Kushina told me that if I wanted to be with Naruto-kun I would have to be willing to give everything for the sake of my love. And she was right. I understand now that only someone who loved him enough to do anything for him could ever be at his side. Tell me, would you bleed for him, die for him, walk through fire for him? Would you give everything that you are and ever could be, just to be with him? She swallowed. I don't know, she confessed. I don't know what it is I feel for him. I don't know if my feelings are that strong. As a ninja and as his bodyguard I am ready to die to protect him. But to give him everything? I just don't know. Inside Yujito's head a lazy voice called to her. You already know, you're just too scared to admit it. Hinata simply nodded. Well, that's honest at least. You think about it and try to figure out just exactly what your feelings really are. She turned to leave. And just so you know, Naruto doesn't know how you feel and I won't tell him. She left Yujito's room. XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto was staring at her completely dumbfounded. Yujito loves me. Yes, Hinata said. I'm not surprised you didn't pick up on it. She smiled fondly. You always have had a blind spot when it came to women who cared for you. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Hinata grinned. Naruto-kun, are you upset that your wife didn't point out the fact that another woman had feelings for you? Naruto looked a bit embarrassed. So what am I supposed to do about this? Do what you think is best, Naruto-kun, up to and including asking her to marry you. But Hinata-chan, I made you a promise that you would be my only one. In Yujito's case I release you from your promise. She blushed a bit. I also give you permission to show her physical affection if you wish. You expect me to seduce her? He looked and sounded horrified. Hinata looked at his expression and actually burst out laughing. Naruto-kun, do you even know how to seduce someone? He immediately began to blush like a schoolgirl. What I mean is that if you need to kiss or hug her you can, you have my blessing. Hinata decided she'd spoken enough revelations for one night and soon fell asleep. Naruto remained in bed wide awake for some time. XXXXXXXXXXX. The next morning he was in his office when Jiraiya burst in unannounced. A messenger from Lightning just arrived at the gates, he'll be here in a few minutes. Jiraiya told him. Naruto nodded. Jiraiya, get downstairs and meet him. Tell him some dirty jokes, do the pervy shuffle, whatever, but keep him away for an extra 5 minutes. Jiraiya nodded and got going. Naruto got on the phone and dialed Konoha Hospital. This is the Hokage, please put me in touch with my wife, it's an emergency. XXXXXXXXXXX. An annoyed-looking Lightning Nin entered the Hokage's office with Jiraiya at his heel. And it turned out the girl was actually my date's twin sister. Jiraiya howled with laughter at the punchline. The Lightning Nin didn't seem to appreciate Jiraiya's sense of humor but managed a restrained laugh. Welcome to Konoha, Naruto greeted the man. May I ask the reason for your visit? The ninja looked over to Naruto a bit uncomfortably. I bring a message from the Raikage, he glanced at Jiraiya. May I deliver it to you in private? Naruto gave the man a cool smile. Lord Jiraiya is not only a Sannin but also my sensei and a trusted family friend. Whatever you have to say to me can be said in front of him. The man was obviously unhappy to hear that. It was just as obvious there was nothing he could do about it. He handed over 2 sealed scrolls to the Hokage. One of these is a message from the Raikage, the other a seal containing a sum of money. Naruto read the first scroll, and was careful to display the right amount of restrained anger. He needed to play his part. What is this? He demanded. I don't care if he is returning my full payment. We have a contract and I expect him to honor it. The nin looked nervous but answered in a polite and unwavering voice. The Raikage appreciates that fact and humbly apologizes for the inconvenience. He hopes this will not affect the peaceful relations between our 2 villages. Breaking a contract is an insult. Not only is it an insult to me but also to the entire village of Konohagakure. The ninja offered a deep bow. The Raikage begs you not to view it as such. Unfortunately, a crucial mission has come up that only Yujito can perform. For the good of the village, the Raikage has no choice but to recall her. No choice, Naruto said flatly. I wonder about that. The ninja bowed again. With all due respect, Lord Hokage, may I speak to Yujito in private and deliver a message to her? Naruto grudgingly gave permission and had one of his receptionists show them to a small meeting room. XXXXXXXXXX. There the messenger produced a sealed and signed letter. These are orders for you from the Raikage, he whispered. Do you acknowledge the seal and signature as authentic? She looked closely at them. I do. He nodded. Read the orders and then destroy them. He turned to leave. Where are you going? He looked back at her with a relieved expression on his face. My mission is now complete. My orders were to leave the moment I had delivered the letter and had you acknowledge it as authentic. With that he left, presumably to begin the trip all the way back to their village. The condemned is left alone to face her end. She whispered to herself. She opened the message and read what was there. She nodded, not surprised, and then burned the letter. XXXXXXXXXX. Hinata was in his office, her Byakugan active. She's been given written orders just as you expected, Naruto-kun. She paused for a moment as she read what was there. Naruto-kun, she's being ordered to go to aim and assassinate the Amekage. Jiraiya whistled, now that is a suicide mission. Being told to kill a Kage in his own village. Not that she's likely to ever get that far. She'll probably be ambushed well before she reaches the village. She is coming back. Hinata informed them. Could the 2 of you wait outside, please? I want to talk to her in private. He looked nervously at Hinata. Hinata-chan, are you sure you're okay with? Smiling, she leaned over and gave her husband a quick kiss on his lips. I am sure, Naruto-kun. XXXXXXXXXX. Yujito entered the office and gave him a low bow. Hokage-san, I am ordered to leave the village immediately and proceed onto a classified mission. Would you please say goodbye to everyone for me and have my belongings sent to Kyumo? You have all been very kind to me, please tell them that I will miss them. She bowed again, and I especially thank you for the kindness you have shown me. It meant a great deal to me. She turned to go. Will you marry me? She froze. What did you just say? She slowly turned around. Naruto stepped out from behind his desk. He took a hold of both of her hands and looked into her eyes. Will you marry me and stay here with me? Did Hinata tell you? She asked weakly. She did, Naruto confirmed. I know you care for me, and I want you to know that I care for you too, Yujito-chan. I don't want you to die a pointless death. Will you stay here if I marry you? She stared into those amazing blue eyes. Felt the strength of his hands holding hers. Do you love me? She asked. She had to hear it. Even if it was just once. I can never love anyone the way I love Hinata-chan. He answered deliberately. But there are all sorts of love, Yujito-chan. I love my mom, I love my Naizen, I love Alisa-chan, and I even love my pervy granddad. Each of those loves is unique and special to me. And they are all very real. I love you as well, Yujito-chan. But not in the same way that you love Hinata. She saw him struggle and quickly shook her head. No, you don't have to answer that, I already know and it doesn't matter to me. Even if it is just a little bit, hearing you say that you love me is more than enough. And then she did something she had only done once before. She pulled her hands free and wrapped her arms around him, hugging him. She pressed her face to his shoulder and began to weep tears of pure joy. Thank you, thank you, thank you for giving me this, Naruto-kun. He could feel her shaking against him. He put his own arms around her and tried to comfort her. Yujito-chan, it'll be all right. She looked up at him with her tear-stained face and smiled. I know it will. You've made me so happy, Naruto-kun. I didn't think people like you existed except in stories. You've given me more joy than I have ever known, and even if it's only for this one moment, it's enough. Yujito. I can't marry you, Naruto-kun. I can't stay here with you. Nothing in this world would make me happier, but if I stay I will put you in danger. She shook her head sadly. We both know that Akatsuki will never stop coming after me. If I remained here you'd be in danger, and so would everyone else close to you. I can't do that to you. Yujito-chan, I can protect you. I have the entire village to help protect you. She shook her head again. You would still be in danger no matter what precautions you took. She looked up at him. I have to go, but can I ask you for just one thing more? Could I have a kiss? He nodded. Hinata had specifically told him it was all right, and he could see just how much this meant to her. Of course. His hands gently cradled her face and he placed his lips down on hers. She shut her eyes and let herself melt into his kiss. She could feel his tenderness and his love in it. It was warm and sweet and everything she had ever dreamed it would be. It seemed to last forever, and still ended much too soon. She opened her eyes and looked up into his. You are only the second girl I have ever kissed, he whispered to her. She smiled at him in pure contentment. And you are my one and only. She reached up and gently touched his face. I will never forget you. I love you. Though she regretted it, she let go and pulled away from him. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. She turned around and fled out of his office without turning back. XXXXXXXXXXX. Jiraiya and Hinata watched her go. Naruto quickly called Jiraiya back into his office. She was crying. Just what did you say to her? Jiraiya knew that the scene would definitely appear in his next book. That's not important. Can you follow her without her or anyone else knowing it? Are you kidding? I am the great Jiraiya, the all-knowing. Naruto cut him off. Just tell me, can you follow her without being spotted by anyone or not? Jiraiya could see the kid was really serious and so answered him directly, yes I can. Alright, in that case I'm assigning you an S-rank mission. Follow Yujito, when she's attacked contact me so I can bring reinforcements. What happens if she actually makes it all the way to the Rain Village? Naruto frowned. Don't enter, aim yourself, stop outside of it and contact me. Then what? Naruto flashed him a look that was hard and unbending. Then I'll do anything I have to, even start a war. But I won't let Akatsuki kill her. Chapter 95, Ambush. It didn't take very long. Just over 100 miles from Konoha, still well inside the borders of Fire Country, Yujito came to a sudden halt. Standing before her were two people. A man with orange hair and too many facial piercings and a woman with a flower in her blue hair. Both of them wore black robes with red clouds. The three stood there for a moment facing each other silently. Yujito sniffed the air. I can smell the others, she called. You may as well have them come out too. As you wish. The orange-haired man answered. 5 more ninja, all of them in black robes with red clouds, came out of hiding surrounding her. She noted that they all seemed to have the same strange eyes. Nii Yujito, their apparent leader, spoke. Possessor of the two-tailed demon. You are the last one I seek. If you will surrender to me, I promise you will feel no pain. This can be done either the easy way or the hard. Yujito shook her head with a laugh. You don't know anything about me, do you? With me it's always the hard way. She activated her demonic power and brought out the red chakra to take on her Nibi form. Or tried to. One of the ninjas, a heavy-set one, drew off the red chakra and seemed to absorb it. Meanwhile another one actually sent his left arm flying at her like a missile. It struck her in the belly and she was sent flying to the ground gasping for air. Before she could do anything more, the others fell upon her. XXXXXXXXXX. Jiraiya had only been a couple minutes away when he felt the battle begin, and quickly end. He'd had to stay that far away to avoid detection. Realizing something bad was happening, he rushed forward as fast as he could. He got to the scene of the battle just in time to witness 5 ninja with Akatsuki robes disappear with puffs of smoke. One of them had been holding a bloodied and unconscious Yujito. He noticed the 2 that were still present. They also noticed him. Pain nodded respectfully. It is good to see you again, Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato asked me, if I ever saw you again, to tell you that he loved you. Jiraiya stared open-mouthed. Yahiko, he looked over at the young woman. Konan, it really is, you're alive. Where is Nagato? He is dead. Pain said nothing more. Yahiko, you're the leader of Akatsuki. The man shook his head. There is no Yahiko, there is only Pain. But I am the leader of Akatsuki. Jiraiya shook his head. There were so many questions. How can you have the Rinnegan? What exactly happened to Nagato? Why did you join Akatsuki? What are you doing with Yujito and the Biju you have collected? Pain stood where he was and looked at his older teacher calmly. I will tell you this much, Jiraiya-sensei. Yujito is on her was to aim as am I. In 4 days I will complete the final ritual and bring forth on this earth the ultimate weapon, one before which no power can hope to stand. I intend to create a creature born of the chakra of all the living Biju, a creature with infinite power who will carry out my will. With such power at my disposal, all the nations will bend knee to me, or they will be destroyed in an instant. There will finally be peace, my peace. Jiraiya stared at his former student in horror. The prophesy. You're going to destroy the world. Yahiko, have you gone mad? There is no Yahiko, only Pain. I don't give a damn what you call yourself. Jiraiya shouted at him. Have you gone insane? Do you think you are Kami? However much power you have, you are only mortal. Do you really think the heavens will allow you to play God without making you pay the price? What you are attempting to do is far beyond what any mortal should ever even dream of. If you try and do this, you will not only cause your own death but the deaths of everyone. You will destroy the world. At her sensei's words, Konan appeared a bit nervous and looked over at Pain, but said nothing. Pain looked at his old teacher with disappointment. You don't understand. But how could you? How could an old man who only cares about the flesh understand my dream for bringing the world lasting peace? You'll bring peace, all right. Jiraiya said grimly. But it will be the peace of the graveyard. Pain nodded to his partner. She cast a jutsu and a pair of large wings made of paper sprouted from her back. She grabbed a hold of Pain's shoulders and together they flew up into the air. Out of respect, I will not attack you, Jiraiya-sensei. He called out as they left. Tell your Hokage to surrender when I call on him, or Fire Country will pay the price. They were flying away quickly and Jiraiya knew he would never catch them now. The ninjas who had taken Yujito had left him no trail to follow. So it comes to this, he whispered sadly. XXXXXXXXXX. In his office Naruto sat quietly in his chair. 4 days huh? That's what he said and I don't think he was lying. Jiraiya answered quietly. And Pain really believes that he can take 8 immortal creatures and somehow make them into his pet. Naruto shivered at the unbelievable arrogance. Compared to this, Orochimaru seemed about as ambitious as a 60-year-old librarian. There was another drawn-out silence. Naruto, we have to act. If we don't, the world ends, Naruto finished for him. I know, Granddad. But I thought I should take a moment before I plunged my country into war. He pressed a button on his desk. Yes, Naruto. Shizun's voice came through. Shizun, I need some people to come in for an emergency meeting. XXXXXXXXXXX. They were in the meeting room going over plans to mobilize the forces of Konoha and the Grand Alliance to launch an immediate strike against Rain Country. When we leave, I want you to remain here in charge, Shikamaru. Naruto informed him. Shikamaru sighed. That's going to be troublesome. Kiba laughed. More troublesome than taking Rain Village. Kakashi shook his head. Kiba, try and take this seriously, a war is nothing to laugh about. He's right, kid. Jiraiya nodded. Take it from someone who's been in one and knows. Hey. Kiba complained. I've seen war too. I fought when Sound and Sand attacked. Jiraiya nodded, acknowledging his point. All right, but this is likely to be a whole lot worse. And even if we win, we won't pull this off cheaply. Does it really have to be this way, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked quietly. Isn't there some other way to rescue Yujito? Naruto shook his head. Pain is the Amekage, and I'm sure he'll use every last ninja at his disposal to protect this final ceremony. This is just too important to take any chances. We have to succeed no matter the cost. Kushina nodded her approval. I understand your concerns, Hinata. But Naruto is right, sometimes war is the only solution. Just how many ninja do you plan on taking? Shikamaru asked. About 1,000, plus whatever forces our allies can toss in. You know, Naruto, with the time limit we're under, there's no way Suna can send us anything in time. Jiraiya pointed out. I know, but Waterfall, Grass, and Star are close enough to support us. Altogether I doubt they'll be able to give us even 50 ninja. Jiraiya said pragmatically. It might not even be worth the trouble. They're in just as much danger as we are, even if they don't know it. The whole point of the Grand Alliance is that we fight to defend each other. Naruto answered. They're our allies and it's only right that they help. There was a knock from the door and an Umbu stuck his head in. Hokage-sama, Captain Tenzo is here. Naruto nodded. Send him in. Yamato entered and quickly walked up to Naruto. Naruto noticed that his smile was somehow off. He was about to comment on that when a short sword popped out of Yamato's sleeve. Before he could even move, Yamato had plunged the sword all the way into Naruto's chest and through his heart. Everyone was frozen for an initial second. It was Kushina who recovered first. You bastard! In less than 2 seconds her katana had come out and severed Yamato's head from his shoulders and sent it bouncing across the room as blood gushed out of his neck. XXXXXXXXXX. All around him people were screaming, but he couldn't seem to make out what they were saying. There was a horrible pain and he could see the sword's handle sticking out of his chest. With the pain he felt his body shake with a sudden weakness. As he began to collapse, someone caught him. Looking up, he was not surprised, of course it would be her. Her beautiful eyes held such a look of horror. With his last bit of strength he reached up and touched her cheek. With his last breath he whispered her name. Hinata. Then he fell into the blackness. Chapter 96, The Seventh Hokage. The main lobby of Konoha Hospital. A few nurses worked behind the main desk answering questions and handing out forms. It was a slow day. There were just the usual handfuls of minor accidents and ailments. People quietly came in and politely approached the desk to ask to be helped. Then in the middle of the lobby 2 Shunshins materialized. Kusina was holding her son in her arms. He was still dressed in his bloodied robes of state. Hinata was standing right in front of her, her face was spattered in blood, her hands soaked in it. Those hands were both planted over her husband's wound. Hinata's face snapped around to the nurses on duty. Clear operating room 1 for immediate surgery. Get Niji down here and Shizun should be here any minute. I also want a full medical team on standby and plenty of type A blood. Now. The look on her face promised abrupt pain or worse if she were not immediately obeyed. The nurses jumped to do as they were told as Kusina and Hinata ran down the hall towards operating room. In the lobby there were shouts and loud disjointed questions and statements. It would not be long before everyone in Konoha heard that the Hokage had been brought to the hospital for emergency surgery. XXXXXXXXXX. Back in the meeting room in the tower. Jiraiya picked up Yamato's severed head by the hair. He performed a negation sign with his other hand. The appearance of both the head and body changed. The clothing and headgear remained the same. They were what Yamato usually liked to wear. The skin though was much paler, and it was clear that the person had actually been far younger, maybe around 16 or so. The face was still wearing an odd smile. Just as I thought, Jiraiya said. I know Yamato well from our time together. I knew he would never betray Naruto. He sighed. Now we have to find out who the hell this is. Kakashi took a quick look. I can help you with that. Do tell. His code name is Sai, and he was one of Danzo's most trusted agents. Really? Jiraiya took a close look at the severed head. Was he the kind of agent who would take on a suicide mission with a zero chance of survival? Kakashi shrugged. I didn't really know him that well, but all root agents are fanatics. He seemed a bit more so than the others. Sounds to me like he was the perfect candidate for something like this. I wonder what Danzo would say if we were to talk to him. Jiraiya said. I'm guessing he'd probably say something along the lines of, Sai did that. He must have snapped and acted on his own. Was the boy strong in genjutsu? Jiraiya asked. Kakashi shrugged again. I don't believe so, but like I said, I didn't really know him. Jiraiya nodded. He didn't use a simple henge. If he had, one of us likely would have spotted it. He used a high-level genjutsu in combination with wearing the same style of clothing as Yamato. The genjutsu didn't end when he was killed, which can only mean someone else cast it. He must have had help. Also, what happened to the real Yamato? Shikamaru had been sitting in a chair during all this. He had shut his eyes and was making an "oh" with his hands as he thought. He finally stopped and opened his eyes. That isn't the important question right now. Jiraiya and Kakashi both looked over at him. The important question is, what else is going to happen? Shikamaru clarified. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. Jiraiya nodded slightly, he was looking underneath the underneath. You don't think killing Naruto was the ultimate aim in all this? Shikamaru shook his head. No, I don't. He stood up from the chair. If it was, Danzo wouldn't have used someone who was a known agent of his. Even if there is no actual evidence, if Naruto dies there are a lot of powerful people who would avenge him, you, Kakashi, his mom, Hayashi, Hinata, Haku, and even me. Danzo has to know he could never survive. So why was he willing to sacrifice the Sai character to try and kill Naruto? Maybe he's willing to trade his own life for Naruto's. Kakashi offered. Shikamaru again shook his head. I don't think so. You don't get to reach his age as a ninja unless you have a strong survival streak. My guess is Danzo not only expects to survive this, but to profit from it. Which he can't do without a radical change in the power structure of this village. Jiraiya spoke quietly. Kakashi suddenly looked a bit alarmed. Are you talking about a coup attempt? Shikamaru nodded. It's the only thing that makes sense. If we go on the assumption that Naruto's death is a means and not an end. If that's true, Danzo will have to move very quickly to establish his position. If he really means to take control of the village, he will have to move within the next 24 hours. Jiraiya stated. The door opened and a winded Kiba came back in. I finally found Shizune, she has gone to the hospital. Jiraiya nodded. What should we do now? Kakashi, Jiraiya said. Try and find out what happened to the real Yamato. Right, Kakashi wasted no time and performed a shunshin. Wait. That wasn't Yamato. Kiba exclaimed. Jiraiya looked over to Shikamaru. Fill him in on everything we discussed. Both of you should go to the hospital to check on Naruto. But first drop by your clans and tell them what happened, make sure they understand what side they're on. What do you mean, what side? Kiba looked confused. Also, Jiraiya continued, ignoring him. Stop by the Hyuga mansion and tell Hayashi. While you're there, ask him to provide security for Naruto at the hospital. Isn't that usually the Umbu's job? Kiba asked. Jiraiya frowned. As of right now, the entire Umbu is suspect. The Hyuga have a close relationship with Naruto and stand to lose a great deal if he doesn't survive. I think they can be trusted, if anyone can. And what are you going to do? Shikamaru asked. Jiraiya grinned. I'm going to do what I do best. Shikamaru sighed. This isn't the time for you to go peeping at the bathhouse. Jiraiya sent him a very flat look. I'm going to go spy. With that, he disappeared in a swirl of wind and leaves. Kiba sent Shikamaru an annoyed glare. I was only gone 5 minutes. Just what the hell did I miss? Troublesome, he grabbed Kiba's arm and led him out. Come on, I'll explain on the way to the Hyuga mansion. XXXXXXXXXXX. The phone in his study rang. Ryuki deliberately allowed it to ring 3 times before answering. Hello. Ryuki, a familiar voice sounded strained. Some terrible news is going through the village and I just learned of it. The Hokage was attacked in the tower. That's terrible. He tried to make sure his voice sounded properly high-pitched. Is the Hokage all right? I've contacted the hospital, but I'm afraid I have no information at the moment. We have to consider that this could be the prelude to an attack. As such, I am calling an emergency meeting of the council at my home. Can you come over immediately? Of course, I'll be right there. He hung up. In the privacy of his study, Ryuki smiled. So far everything was going according to plan. XXXXXXXXXXX. An emergency meeting. Chuji asked. XXXXXXXXXX. Well, of course I'll be right over. Asuma replied. XXXXXXXXXX. Your concerns are only logical. I shall be at your home shortly. Shivi stated. XXXXXXXXXX. The small bell at the door jingled merrily. Welcome to the Yamanaka flower shop. Ino sang out. Hello Ino, her Uncle Michio looked grim. Uncle Michio, what are you doing here? I've come to let you know, Ino, that as the clan head I have decided to replace you as our representative on the council. Ino looked surprised but not really upset. At first, being a council member had been a thrill. But then she'd discover how long and boring the meetings were. Well, that's fine uncle, but does that mean you've changed your feelings about Naruto? Not exactly, I take it you haven't heard the news yet. She immediately took on a worried look. What news? The Hokage was attacked and is now in the hospital undergoing surgery. An emergency meeting of the council has been called and that's where I'm going right now. Naruto-kun was attacked. Is he alright? I honestly don't know. Ino immediately began shouting for her mom to come take over the counter so she could go to the hospital. All thoughts about the council were immediately lost. XXXXXXXXXX. The meeting of the Council of Konoha was held in Danzo's dining room around his dinner table. Naruto had appointed Shikamaru as president of the council. Since he was absent, they went by seniority, which made Danzo the temporary leader. We currently have 8 council members present: myself, Koharu, Homura, Ryuki, Asuma, Shuji, Shivi, and Michio. Danzo began. Asuma looked at Michio. I'm surprised to see you here. What happened to Ino? Nothing, Michio replied. I am clan head of the Yamanaka and I simply chose to represent my clan. I do have that right. Asuma shrugged. I never said you didn't, I'm just surprised to see you, that's all. I decided that in this vital time I should be here. Michio stated. We all recognize your right to be at this council meeting. Danzo stated. Now since we have 8 members present, that is half the council and enough for a quorum, so we will be able to pass laws at this meeting. Aren't we going to wait for the other members? Shuji asked. Unfortunately, in all the chaos I was unable to reach the others. Danzo said smoothly. Given the tremendous danger of this being a possible prelude to an attack, I suggest we get to work immediately. There were nods up and down the table at what seemed a very reasonable suggestion. Koharu raised her hand and was acknowledged by Danzo. I feel our first order of business should be to assign someone the authority of Hokage while our current leader is incapacitated. Since the 6th Hokage did not name a successor, by law we must choose one. Asuma was surprised that naming a successor would be the first thing brought up. Isn't that? I formally nominate Uchiha Ryuki as successor and acting Hokage while the current Hokage is incapacitated. Homura jumped in. I second the motion. Michio said. Very well, I call the question. Danzo said. Asuma jumped to his feet. The council normally spent hours talking about even the most insignificant issues. Wait a minute. We need to discuss. All in favor raise your hand. Danzo pushed ahead. He, Koharu, Homura, Ryuki, and Michio raised their hands. All opposed. Asuma, Shuji, and Shivi raised hands. By a vote of 5-3 the motion is passed into law. Danzo nodded and in a swift and certain motion turned to Ryuki. Uchiha Ryuki, it is the will of the council that you be the successor of the current Hokage and act with the full authority of Hokage until such time as he has recovered. Will you accept? Ryuki nodded slowly as though stunned by the turn of events. I cannot refuse this duty in this terrible hour of need. I accept and promise to do the very best that I can for Konoha. Danzo rose from his chair and gave Ryuki a deep and formal bow. Hokage, Sama. Koharu stood and bowed. Hokage Sama. Homura. Hokage Sama. Michio jumped to his feet and smiled happily as he bowed. Hokage Sama. The 5 of them looked over to the other 3. That custom is traditionally performed only after the death of a Hokage. Shivi crisply pointed out. Unsure of himself, Shuji began to stand. Asuma gave him a look and the boy immediately sat back down again. I will not recognize you as Hokage while Naruto lives. Asuma growled. And maybe not after either. That is all right, Asuma, I will not take offense. Ryuki now stood. I thank all of you for the faith you have shown in me. I promise I will not let you down. Now, given how serious our circumstances are, I feel our priority needs to be to establish order and reassure our citizens that everything is under control. Therefore, as my first action as acting Hokage, I am declaring, per Article 7 of the Constitution, the dissolution of this council. As of this moment I am declaring a state of emergency and placing Konohagakure under martial law. You can't do that. Asuma shouted. Actually he can, Danzo corrected. Until Naruto's recovery from his attack, Ryuki is entrusted with all the powers of Hokage. I for one am glad for his strong leadership in this time of crisis. Ryuki nodded appreciatively. Thank you Danzo, and to show the faith I have in your abilities as my second act I am placing you in charge of the entire Umbu. Danzo looked as though he were just shocked, but quickly recovered. Thank you Hokage-sama, I promise you my complete faith and loyalty. Ryuki nodded and then smiled. As my third act I am hereby revoking the law which established the so-called internal security force. The Hyuga clan will not be permitted to carry out investigations or arrests. All police powers will revert back to the Umbu and the military police, as is proper. Both of which you now control either through Danzo or your clan. Asuma gave each of the 5 of them a hard look. You are all either vultures taking advantage of the situation or much worse, you are traitors. He turned to go. Asuma! Ryuki shouted. Asuma halted and looked back at the man. Yes Ryuki. I realize you are feeling the stress of the situation. As such I will forget your insult and its implications. Don't, Asuma answered. He lit a fresh cigarette and popped it into his mouth. Because if it turns out that you're traitors I will be coming after you. With that he did leave. Chuji quickly excused himself and followed his former teacher. Shivi stood. Seeing as the council has been dissolved and as we no longer have a quorum present I shall leave as well. With Shivi gone the 5 of them relaxed. Not noticing the insects that he had left behind. Asuma is going to be trouble. Koharu said darkly. Danzo shook his head. Sarutobi is an empty clan. He will come around, or he will be dealt with. The important thing is that Ryuki is now Hokage. Acting Hokage, as long as Naruto is alive everything remains in jeopardy. Ryuki said. Why hasn't he died yet? Danzo seemed unconcerned. His wife is the finest medic nin in Konoha, apprentice to the legendary Tsunade. Add to that he has a limited healing ability, as such he was expected to be difficult to kill. Ryuki sent the man a dark look. Before I agreed to this you told me you guaranteed his death with 100% certainty. If he survives we will all be executed. Naruto will not survive. Rest assured that he will not make it through the night. By the time the morning comes you will be the 7th Hokage. XXXXXXXXXX. Several minutes later as Danzo's guests departed several bugs found their way out and then found their way back to their host. Shivi held out his hand and collected the insects. Tell me everything, he commanded. XXXXXXXXXX. Naruto was in surgery for 4 hours as Konoha's 3 best medic nins struggled to bring him back from the edge. Hinata, Niji, and Shizen poured in their chakra and worked feverishly to keep him alive as they repaired his damaged heart. XXXXXXXXXX. When the surgery was finally completed he was wheeled into a large private room on a gurney. Along with 2 attendants he was accompanied by a weary-looking Niji, a tired Shizen, and a completely exhausted Hinata. Outside the room 3 members of the Hyuga clan with ISF badges stood guard. Inside the room Kushina, Saishu, Shinzu, Alisa, Anko, Haku, Gabriella, Kiba, Teiwaya, Shikamaru, and Tamari all waited. The room was rather full, but no one was willing to leave. Down in the lobby a large crowd had gathered. As soon as Naruto was brought in Kushina rushed to his side. He was unconscious and breathing on his own. A heart monitor seemed to reveal a steady heartbeat. How is he? Kushina asked desperately. Though completely spent Hinata lifted her weary head. Thanks to Niji and Shizen we were able to fully repair his heart while keeping his blood flowing. That's wonderful. A relieved Kushina cried out. Her sudden joy was short-lived as she saw the sorrow on the faces of the 3 surgeons. Wait, isn't it? Hinata slowly shook her head. If the wound were the only issue Naruto-kun would be in stable condition now. Wait, there was something else beside the wound. There is a powerful toxin infecting Naruto's heart and arterial system. Niji said with a look of worry. The blade must have been coated with poison. None of us have ever seen a poison quite like this one. Shizen said. Nothing we've tried can neutralize it. Hinata nodded wearily. And it's completely resistant to being removed. It's become merged with Naruto-kun's tissue. There is no way to separate it from his cell's structure. Then what can be done? Kushina asked. Niji and Shizun looked at each other. I don't know, Hinata began to weep. We've tried everything and nothing seems to work, and he's getting weaker. The girl seemed on the verge of completely breaking down. Kushina put her arms around her and hugged her close. It's all right, dear, I know you'll do your best. Kushina fought down her own rising hysteria and panic and instead concentrated on trying to help Hinata cope. Gabriella looked at her husband. I'm going to the hospital shrine to make an offering to Kami. You really think that will help? Shikamaru asked. Well, it won't hurt. Gabriella answered. I'll come with you, honey. Haku said. Tamari, Saishu, and Alisa also decided to make offerings. XXXXXXXXXX. What are you doing here? Tenzo looked up from his desk. Oh, hello Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi just stared at him. I've been looking for you for about 5 hours now. Really? Tenzo looked surprised. Well, why didn't you come to my office first? To be honest, it was the last place I thought I would find you. Kakashi didn't mention that the first place he'd looked was the morgue. Have you actually been doing paperwork this whole time? Tenzo made an unhappy face. I'm afraid so. I take it you never got the Hokage's message to meet him. Tenzo looked worried. Did I miss something important? Naruto's not mad at me, is he? Kakashi let out a sigh. Come on, I'll explain everything on the way. XXXXXXXXXX. When Kakashi and Yamato entered the room, Kushina had very nearly attacked him. Only a quick explanation from Kakashi had avoided unnecessary bloodshed. Not long after their arrival, Jiraiya had shown up with Shivi beside him. Kushina, Shikamaru, Kakashi, and Yamato, we need to talk. Jiraiya led them up to the hospital roof where a quiet conversation was held. After I left the tower, I suspected that if Danzo were plotting something, he would probably try to use the council somehow. I was just able to contact Shivi before he left for the council meeting. What council meeting? Kushina demanded. Danzo called for an emergency meeting in his home. Jiraiya explained. Interesting how neither Kushina nor I were contacted. Shikamaru said dryly. Let me guess, there were only 8 council members present. Just enough to meet quorum. Shivi nodded. Your guess is accurate. Shivi then proceeded to relate everything that had occurred in the meeting and afterwards. Along with this, Jiraiya and Yamato decided to reveal what they had learned following their investigations. They mentioned the secret meetings of Ryuki, Danzo, Koharu, and Homura. They also related the corruption of much of the Umbu by Danzo's faction. But through all this, what made Kushina grind her teeth was the thought of Ryuki trying to kill her son in order to become Hokage. Ryuki would never achieve that ability, so he had decided to use a poisoned sword. Ryuki, that son of a bitch, Kushina growled. Those damn bloody Uchihas, except for Gabriella. Jiraiya sighed. It seems that Ryuki and Danzo are trying to pull off a coup without resorting to an actual uprising. What they did with the council was actually rather neat. They found a legal way to put their man in charge and even give him emergency powers. Jiraiya shook his head sadly. He might even pull it off. Like hell he will. Kushina snapped. That bastard will never be Hokage. Having heard more than enough, she stormed away. XXXXXXXXXX. A short time later, she had gathered Saishu and Shinzu in an unoccupied hospital room. She quickly gave them an abbreviated version of what she'd been told on the roof. Bastards, Saishu muttered furiously. Shinzu nodded his agreement with that sentiment. They're traitors. Through generations of war and strife, the Uzumaki had always held firm to one concept: loyalty. To the Uzumaki, oaths and family bonds were sacred. Nothing could ever excuse breaking an oath or turning your back on family. To the Uzumaki clan, betrayal was the one unforgivable sin. Kushina looked carefully at her uncle and brother. We three are the last of the Uzumaki who were born in Whirlpool. I taught my son many of our traditions, but not all of them. I had honestly hoped that he would have no use for our bloodier ones. It seems Konoha is not so different after all. Wherever you go in this world you will always find treachery. Saishu said sadly. Shinzu was studying her carefully. Tell us what it is you want, little sister. She took a deep breath. The Uchihas have been after my son since the day of his birth. He never did a thing to any Uchiha unless he was fighting for his life, but they've come after him without pity all the same, Fugaku, Itachi, Suzuki, and now finally Ryuki. Despite all their hatred, he deliberately went out of his way to be fair to them, and this was his reward. She shook her head violently. If Naruto dies, I don't want to live. I lost my dearest love once, I couldn't bear that a second time. Hinata has the Namikaze name and the son she carries will continue it. She is a good strong girl and she'll have her father and the rest of her family to help her through. She looked at her kinsman. Ryuki is not going to profit from my son's murder. He will never be Hokage. I'll see him burning in hell first. You want to declare a vendetta? Saishu said. He was not asking a question. Kushina nodded. As my bloodkin I ask you to join me, but if you choose not to I will accept that. Saishu nodded without hesitation. I am an old man, I can think of no better way to end my days than dying to avenge my kinsman. Kushina looked to her brother. If you don't want to, I understand. You have two newborn sons with no one to teach them what it means to be Uzumaki. And you have a woman you love very much. If we do this we probably die, and if we somehow escape we'll spend the rest of our lives as missing nin. That's true, Shinzu agreed. But Naruto is blood of my blood. And even more than that, he is the one who rescued me from my own hell. I could never live in peace if I let my nephew go unavenged. Are you sure? Kushina asked. I have to, but I am the boy's uncle Kushina, and I know what it means to be an Uzumaki. His murderer will not go unpunished. Kushina slowly nodded, it was his choice, and they were Uzumaki. She took out a kunai. If my son dies then I swear that I shall not rest until Uchiha Ryuki is dead. From this life into the next I shall not rest until his blood is upon my blade. She cut deeply into her palm and let the blood spill out onto the floor. She handed the kunai to her brother. If Naruto dies then I swear that Ryuki will die. From this life into the next I shall not rest until his blood is upon my blade. He cut deep into his palm and then handed the kunai to his uncle. I swear that if Naruto dies then so will the Uchiha. From this life into the next I shall not rest until his blood is upon my blade. He sliced open his palm and then returned the blade to Kushina. We have sworn vendetta. She wiped the blade clean. It was done. XXXXXXXXXX. Hinata wiped his feverish forehead. He had a temperature and his pulse was beginning to rise. She knew the infection was getting worse. While she was keeping an eye on Naruto, Neji and Shizen were busy analyzing the poison from the blade, seeing if they could find some clue towards an antidote. They'd had no luck so far, but she had hope. The possibility that fate was repeating itself was not lost on her. She was a woman who loved a brave Hokage with all her heart. And now she was watching him as he faced an untimely death. She also faced the possibility of raising a son who would never know his father except through stories. Leaning down she whispered into his ear. Please fight Naruto-kun, I can't bear to lose you. I need you and so does your son, he needs you very much. She offered up a silent prayer to Kami that something would happen to allow him to survive. XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto opened his eyes. He was lying in a field. It seemed to be winter. It felt cold and windy. Up above the sky was an endless gray. There were clumps of dead flowers and the grass was all brown and withered. What an ugly place, he muttered to himself. Everything you see here is a reflection of your own mind. A deep voice rumbled. I suppose you're not in a good mood. But then most people who are dying aren't. Naruto sat up and stared. There was no sign of the collapsed fortress. Instead there was just a gigantic fox lying asleep and curled up like a puppy, his 9 tails wrapped around his feet. As Naruto stared, a single huge red eye slowly opened. That was the only movement, as the fox seemed barely awake. Naruto got to his feet. He didn't just feel cold, he felt weakened, and there was a pain in his chest. This is impossible, you were taken out of me. Is this some kind of nightmare? The fox let out a slight chuckle. Naruto was amazed to find the Kyuubi could chuckle. Oh, it is a nightmare all right, but it is also real enough. In our years together we formed a connection that was too strong to be broken except by death. And now you are in the same place I am, so the connection is strong enough to let us communicate. What place, where is this exactly? You mortal are in a place that hangs between life and death, as am I. Then to Naruto's amazement the fox actually laughed. It seems that the great powers have a sense of humor even crueler than my own. I don't understand what is so funny. What? You cannot see the joke. For all the years I was imprisoned in your belly you were the symbol of my eventual death. You had the power to destroy me by simply dying. And now? You can die and it will do nothing to me. But you are my only hope of salvation, you mortal worm have been transformed into a symbol of salvation. The laughter came again. Can you see the joke now, mortal? Naruto frowned. Stop calling me, mortal, my name is Naruto, you stupid baka fox. The laughter abruptly cut off and the eye squinted. You know, mortal, even though it would mean my own death if I had the energy, I think I would eat you right now. I've wanted to eat you for a very, very, very long time. He didn't like the eagerness in the fox's voice. No longer certain if the old rules applied anymore, Naruto took a few steps back. Why don't we focus on the whole me being your salvation thing? What exactly do you mean? The fox's eye opened a bit more. I mean exactly that, mortal. You can save me, just as I can save you. I don't need you to save me. Are you certain of that, mortal? Naruto was about to tell the fox yes when he remembered something. He put a hand over his chest. I was stabbed. Stabbed and poisoned. The fox confirmed. Your mate healed your wound, but healing the poison is beyond her abilities. She is watching as you fall towards death. And you will save me if I save you. Yes, and by saving me you can also save the other female you want to mate with and your whole world, of course. Is that sufficient for you? Naruto stared at the Kyuubi. He knew the bastard fox better than anyone alive, and didn't trust him. But in their conversations he had noticed that the fox never actually told a lie. And the truth was he didn't have a real choice. He couldn't save Yujito and the rest of the world if he died. What do I have to do? He asked carefully. Simple, we must make a contract. Now listen carefully, mortal, I am ready to bargain with you. Chapter 97, For the Hokage. Kusina reached down and gently touched her son's forehead. He was hot. She heard the small wheezing as he breathed in and out. She looked at the heart monitor and saw his heartbeat was rising. She saw the way Hinata looked at him as she held his hand. She understood, though no one would say the actual words. Naruto was slipping away. She looked around the crowded hospital room. Even though it was now nighttime and visiting hours had long been over, no one had left. In fact, more people had come. Rock Lee had arrived and told everyone not to worry, Naruto's flames of youth were too strong to ever be put out. Asuma, Shuji, and Ino had come together. Ino had brought a beautiful flower arrangement and immediately offered to do anything she could for Hinata. Kusina looked at all the people who were here now. They were all family or dear friends to her son, and they all loved him. She was so glad to have them here. They were living proof that her son mattered to people. Had she gone down to the lobby, she would have found a crowd filling it and spilling out into the street, all of them praying that their Hokage would be all right. Outside the room there was sudden loud shouting. Kusina, Kakashi, and Jiraiya quickly opened the door to find the three Hyuga facing four Umbu in masks. It was quite obvious that things between them were heated. The door was open and everyone inside was looking out into the hall. What the hell is going on out here? Kusina demanded. One of the Hyuga turned to her. Kusina-san, these men are ordering us to leave our posts. They say they will take over guarding the Hokage and that we have no authority to do so. An Umbu in a ram's mask immediately stepped forward. That's right, the Hokage has ordered the ISF disbanded and sent us here to provide security. Kusina snapped a finger into the room. Your Hokage did no such thing. Feeling her killer intent and the killer intent of the others, the Umbu took a nervous step back. Stand aside, Kusina, an old woman's voice spoke. Koharu came forward to face her. We are here to carry out the orders given unto us by the Hokage. My son gave no such orders. I am referring to the acting Hokage, Uchiha Ryuki. She held out an official document. I have a signed and sealed order to. Kusina snatched the paper out of her hand and tore it up. I've heard about the secret meeting of Danzo's and Ryuki's little promotion. If you think that bastard has any authority here, you're kidding yourself. Show some respect. Koharu demanded. Ryuki is the acting Hokage and will someday be the 7th Hokage. I know what Ryuki is, Kusina spat. And it's not Hokage. I have had a husband, a dear friend, and my son be Hokage. Ryuki is not fit to wash their feet. How dare you? Koharu shouted. Stand aside and go home. Visiting hours are over. The Umbu will ensure your son's safety. It was an Umbu that tried to kill him. Kusina answered. Stand aside, Kusina, clan head, or not, if you disobey the Hokage's order you will be arrested. Are you sure you want to try that? Jiraiya said in a friendly voice. You might want to get quite a few more Umbu first. Or I suppose you could use a genjutsu, you are still proficient with those, aren't you? She sent Jiraiya a glare. I am a genjutsu mistress and my skills have not diminished. I'm sure they haven't. Jiraiya said quietly. Koharu looked back angrily at Kusina, ready to argue, when a sudden commotion came from the hospital room. XXXXXXXXXX. So what do you want? Naruto asked warily. I want you to save me. The Kyuubi answered simply. Once we have a contract, all you need do is summon me. It is a universal law that I cannot refuse a summons, my prison would no longer be able to hold me. I can't believe the Kyuubi is actually offering to become my summons. So I'll be able to summon you. Yes, and all foxes will also answer to you. And that's all you want from me? All. The big fox sounded annoyed. Do you think it a small thing? I am the Kyuubi. I am immortal and all-powerful. Oh really? Then how did you end up getting trapped not once but twice? The fox squinted his eye and glared. Are you wanting to be eaten? Naruto shook his head. So is that your only condition? The Kyuubi thought for a moment. I am the lord of all foxes. Do everything you can to protect foxes on your world. Naruto grinned. You know, it almost sounds like you actually care. The fox in turn looked a bit surprised. Of course I care, unlike you wretched humans, foxes are noble creatures. In any case, those are my terms. Naruto nodded. If those are your terms, then I accept them. Here are mine. I want full access to your chakra whenever I need it. No more having to get angry and no losing control no matter how much of it I draw. I agree to that, but your frail body still has limits. You cannot draw an unlimited supply of chakra. Fine, as much as my body can safely handle. I want all my children and descendants to have the same healing ability I have, including my son. Do you not also want them to have access to the red chakra? The fox was very surprised to see Naruto violently shake his head. Hell no. That's way too much power for an entire clan to wield. I want to protect my children and my descendants, but I don't want to poison them with ideas that they're superior. The last thing I want is to turn my clan into the Uchihas. He thought about it. There should never be more than 2 members who can wield the red chakra and summon you. One to use the power and the other to learn it responsibly. Very well. Only those with my blood can ever summon you. As long as the Namikaze clan exists, only clan members may summon you. If the clan should ever disappear, then you can choose any of my descendants. You may never harm or threaten me, my children, or any of my descendants. The fox grinned a bit. So I can't eat them? No. Naruto shouted. The fox chuckled a bit. I agree. Naruto sent the fox a cold smile. My last condition, you may not come to Earth unless you are summoned. Should all those with my blood ever die out, you are permanently forbidden from coming. The fox's eye expanded. No. Your world is a glorious playground for me, one that has given me endless delights. I refuse to give it up. Playground? Maybe that's how you see it. Reading through history, your visits are recorded as great tragedies, almost apocalypses. Every 100 years or so you appear and bring death and devastation to some part of the world. Well, no more. If you are the summons of the Namikaze clan, then you are also our responsibility. I refuse this condition. Then I won't make a contract with you. You would let the female you care for die? You would allow the world to die? Naruto faced the Kyuubi. If I agree to this, then I and all those of my line are responsible for your actions on Earth. That is a responsibility that I cannot ignore. When my father locked you inside me, he entrusted me to protect not just the village, but the whole world from your evil. That was always my curse, that was always my honor. It is my obligation and I will keep it. If you become the Namikaze summons, you'll be only that. His lips pulled back in a feral smile. And to be honest, Kyuubi, I think you're too afraid of your own death to refuse. You dare. Both eyes opened and the great fox's head snaked forward and hung above Naruto menacingly. The jaws opened and he could see rows of sharp teeth and feel the heat of the fox's breath. You dare call me a coward, you pathetic mortal worm? I think I really will eat you. Kill me and you kill yourself. Naruto stood where he was. Looking up at all those teeth, he wondered if the fox really would do it. For a long moment the fox glared down at him. And then the jaws shut. Very well. I agree to your terms. Naruto nodded and let out a long breath. The Kyuubi brought one of his paws to his mouth and bit down, letting blood flow from it. He set the paw down in front of Naruto. We have reached an agreement. Now mix your blood with mine and our contract is made. Something occurred to him. Wait, what about the frog summoning contract? A mortal may only have one contract. The instant ours is made, your signature on the frog summoning contract will disappear. That's a shame, I'm going to miss summoning Gamakaki. Very well. He took out a kunao and cut his hand. He took his hand and pressed it down into the Kyuubi's wound, letting their blood mix together. It is done. The fox growled. Our contract is made. With that the red chakra flowed out of the Kyuubi's wound and into him. Now live Namikaze Naruto, summoner of the Kyuubi and lord of foxes. XXXXXXXXXXX. Without warning, Naruto suddenly went into convulsions. His body began to shake wildly and heart rate spiked. Hinata was on her feet trying to hold him down. Everyone was suddenly standing and talking at once. Haku and Shinzu were helping Hinata try and hold him. Kusina and the others ran back into the room. What's going on? I don't know, Hinata answered fearfully. He's gone into convulsions. From the doorway Koharu looked on silently. She was very careful not to let the hope she was feeling appear on her face. As quickly as they had come, the convulsions suddenly stopped and Naruto lay peacefully in his bed. Then they saw the red chakra. They all yanked their hands back. But I thought. Kusina looked over to Jiraiya. How is this possible? Don't look at me, I have no clue. Jiraiya said. What the hell is that? Kiba pointed to the bandages covering Naruto's wound. A huge black spot like spilled ink had suddenly appeared. Hinata looked at the heart monitor. Naruto's heartbeat had slowed down to a safe rate and looked steady. I think. Her voice was shaking with feeling. I think the red chakra is healing him. Everyone quieted down and stared, all of them suddenly hopeful. The red chakra remained for only about 30 seconds, then began to dissipate and was gone. Hinata quickly peeled back the bandages over his chest. Somehow she was not surprised to see the wound completely healed. She was sure that the black liquid was the poison. She quickly and carefully disposed of the infected bandages. She then performed a diagnostic jutsu. Her sudden smile told everyone the good news. The poison is completely gone from his system. As everyone in the room began to shout and celebrate, Koharu quickly stepped away and left. XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto-kun, can you hear me? Naruto-kun. Kusina gently shook her son, but he remained unresponsive. Hinata continued her diagnostic jutsu. It's alright Kusina, he's just unconscious. His body is exhausted but recovering. He's going to be just fine, he'll be awake again in a few hours. Thank Kami, Kusina said with relief. As people congratulated and hugged her, she noticed something. Where is Koharu? Kakashi stepped into the hall. It looks like her and the Umbu have gone. Kusina and Jiraiya shared a look. The danger isn't over yet. Jiraiya said. Hinata looked over at him. But it is, Naruto will make a full recovery. I don't think that is the danger Jiraiya is referring to. Shikamaru spoke up. Kusina went up to the Hyuga. Please go to Hayashi and ask him to send every available ninja to the Namikaze estates to guard the Hokage. Stepping back into the room, she went to her son and tossed aside his blankets as she lifted him up into her arms. Kusina-sama, what are you doing? A concerned Haku asked. What I have always done, I am protecting my son from those who would kill him. What are you talking about? Ino asked. Shikamaru answered in a calm, almost bored voice. Danzo and Ryuki are going to try and kill him before he fully recovers. What? Ino shouted, horrified. It's true Ino, Jiraiya said. They were behind the attack on Naruto. They were planning to make Ryuki Hokage. They have already gone much too far to go back now. Kusina nodded and looked to everyone in the room. Some like Asuma took the news as a matter of fact. Some like Ino and Rock Lee were openly horrified to hear it. I expect my son to be attacked sometime tonight. I am taking him home to guard him. I ask all of you, if you love my son, to come and help me. Every last head nodded. Kusina and her son disappeared and were quickly followed by other Shunshins. XXXXXXXXXXX. Another emergency meeting had been called in Danzo's home. Unlike the first, this one had not been carefully orchestrated and planned. You're absolutely sure of this? Danzo demanded. Koharu nodded. Hinata seemed sure, and I can't believe she could be wrong about it. Ryuki sent Danzo a savage look. Now what? Danzo still seemed completely calm. We have no choice, we must kill him tonight. What? Michio was the only one at the table who looked panicked. We can't do that. Everyone will know if we move openly. Danzo frowned slightly. There is no avoiding that now. The bulk of the Umbu and ninja of this village remain loyal to him. If he recovers, we will be crushed. So much for your worthless guarantees. Ryuki said angrily. But you're right. The die is cast. He stood up. I'll begin assembling my clan. Danzo nodded. I will issue an order for all Umbu to remain confined to headquarters for the night. I will also arrange a communications blackout. He too stood up. Wait. Michio cried out. What are you going to do? Ryuki sent him a hard look. We are going to kill Naruto and everyone who supports him. That isn't what we agreed to. Michio said. The situation has changed. Ryuki answered flatly. We must alter our plans to meet the new reality. Michio stared at him. Just how many people are you planning to kill? Ryuki faced him with hard look. We have to purge every serious threat to the new order. Namikaze, Uzumaki, Nara, Sarutobi, and... He hesitated a second but continued. Mamakai are all in the way. Hyuga and Inyazuka may have to go too, but I have some hope they may be reasonable once Naruto is dead and gone. Hinata will have to go as well. Okami, Michio whispered. This is not what I wanted. I joined you to help protect the village from the Kuwabai's pawn. But I never wanted this. It's past time to worry about what you want or don't want. Ryuki said flatly. This is not a plot anymore, this is not just talk, we have seized power. What do you think Naruto and that bitch of a mother of his will do to us? He flashed a hand across his throat. This is a war now. We win or we die, those are the only options. Michio shook his head. I want no part of this. I didn't join you to begin a civil war. That is unfortunate. Danzo performed a quick jutsu and Michio found himself paralyzed. We could have used you. Unfortunately, as the Hokage stated, this is a war. He took out a kunai and approached the helpless Michio. You are either with us or you are against us. Without ceremony Danzo cut the man's throat. It was to be only the first death of many that night. XXXXXXXXXX. Misaki grabbed onto him and wept. Please Shinzu, come with us. You don't have to stay, your sons need you. Shinzu held her and tried to comfort her as best he could. I am very sorry, but Naruto is my Hokage, and more than that he is my blood kin. My duty is to protect him no matter what. You and Aoi go take the babies to the Hyuga mansion, you'll be safe there. Misaki stared up at him. She then leaned up and gave him a sudden desperate kiss. You're a fool, but I love you. He smiled at her. I love you too. If only a bit. Misaki and Aoi both left, each with her son in her arms. Shinzu looked at Anko, who was 5 months pregnant. You should be going too. She grinned. You want to try and make me? Damn it Anko, what about our child? I'm thinking about our baby. With a mom like me, you know the poor kid is going to need a father around. He was going to argue, so she cut him off with a long kiss. Listen you baka, I love you and no way and I leaving your side when you need me. And no matter how he argued, he could not change her mind. XXXXXXXXXX. Kushina came to a sudden stop when she saw her little daughter in the red and black battle suit she wore to the academy. The girl had her sword and equipment on. Alisa, Kushina said sharply. I told you to get ready to go to the Hyuga mansion with Hinata. Naizen needs my help. Her little daughter said with a firm and serious voice. I'm a ninja and I'm going to fight to protect my brother. Kushina looked down at the little girl who was standing there so determined and so serious. She was proud and sad all at once. She knelt down and gave her little daughter a hug. My little one, your heart is strong and brave. You will be a fine ninja one day. She kissed Alice's cheek and made a simple hand sign behind her back. The girl's eyes fluttered and she fell asleep in her mother's arms. But not yet, my little one, not yet. XXXXXXXXXX. Hinata leaned down and pressed her lips to his. Forgive me Naruto-kun, forgive me for abandoning you like this. You're not abandoning anyone Hinata. Shizun said firmly. Niji and I will be here to keep an eye on him no matter what. You know that Naruto would not want you or the baby to be in danger. Niji said. It will be alright, Hinata. She nodded and kissed his lips again. I will be with you again soon, my love. XXXXXXXXXXX. Before coming to the mansion, Kiba had stopped by his home. His mother, his older sister, and a dozen other Inyazuka were present with all their accompanying dogs. There was a mass of people both in the mansion and outside of it. Through the crowd he found a certain someone. You ready for this, Teiwaya? I guess, it's not my first war, remember? It's not my first either. Kiba said proudly. You know, anything might happen tonight. There's no guarantee we'll live to see tomorrow. Makes you really appreciate being alive. Teiwaya grinned at him. You want to have sex? Kiba nodded eagerly. Yes, please. He grabbed her hand and they headed upstairs to find an empty bedroom. XXXXXXXXXX. Tenzo returned with 30 other ninja behind him, all of them in umbu masks. Kakashi looked at their numbers and frowned beneath his own mask. Is this all you could get? Tenzo nodded. I'm afraid so. Danzo has, put out an order restricting all, umbu to headquarters. Hayate said beneath his mouse mask. A beautiful purple-haired ninja draped an arm around his shoulders. Most of the umbu decided to obey what they see as a lawful order. Yojao said. Ibiki laughed. It's funny how most umbu have the guts to do anything but break orders. Kakashi sighed, he'd hoped to bring most of the umbu over. All of you remove your masks. We'll definitely be attacked by root agents. We don't want you getting killed by our side by mistake. XXXXXXXXXX. Ino quietly approached Shuji and took a deep breath. Ah, Shuji-kun. He looked over to his girlfriend and smiled at her. Yes, Ino-chan. Ah, well, I've been thinking. This is a serious situation and anything could happen and I would hate to die with any regrets. She stood very close to him and smiled shyly. You know that thing you've always wanted to do? Shuji suddenly smiled. Oh. You mean eat beef dipped in chocolate? Ino's left eye suddenly began to twitch violently. No, Shuji, isn't there something you've been wanting to do with me? You know, the two of us, alone. And suddenly Shuji's whole face lit up with excitement. Ino-chan. You're finally going to let me teach you how to cook. Ino stared up at him. Ow. Shuji rubbed the top of his head. You baka, I'm talking about having sex. Ino yelled at him. Conversation all around them halted and people were looking at her trying not to laugh. Oh, the hell with it. Ino reached out and grabbed Shuji's sleeve as she headed for the stairs. Where are we going, Ino-chan? Guess, she said sharply. XXXXXXXXXX. As he watched his two former students go, Asumo looked over to Kurane and grinned. You know, Kurane, anything could happen tonight. She returned his smile and took his hand. And it would be a real shame to have any regrets. Soon they too were headed upstairs. XXXXXXXXXX. Gabriella. The girl turned round. Yes, Kusina-sensei. Kusina approached her student and spoke quietly. Gabriella, you know that we are all but certain to be attacked by the Uchiha clan. I know I can trust you, but I also know how strong family loyalties can be. If you want to leave and avoid all of this, I will not think less of you. Gabriella looked at her teacher with great surprise. I would think less of me. My father asked me not too long ago where my loyalty was. She touched the Hittite around her neck. I told him it was here. I am a Leafnin. I swore an oath to serve the village and my Hokage. Anyone who attacks my Hokage is my enemy, no matter who he might be. Kusina nodded, grateful for the loyalty, and sympathetic knowing how hard this would be. XXXXXXXXXX. Temari grabbed Shikamaru's arm and began dragging him towards the stairs. Come on lazy, we've got some time before the killing starts. You want to do that now? Shikamaru said, not believing it. She gave him a big smile. What, can you think of a better time? You know I need to save some energy for the fighting. Temari laughed. Fine, I'll do all the work. XXXXXXXXXXX. It was approaching 6 in the morning, the sun would be up in less than an hour. If it was going to come, it would have to be soon. The Inyazuka dogs began barking. Jiraiya materialized right beside her. They're on their way. How many? Kushina asked. Maybe about 300 total. Jiraiya shook his head. I think every last root member and every Uchiha that can use the Sharingan is coming at us. They had a total of about 200 ninja, many of them from the clans. This was going to be a very bloody fight. I'm glad there are so many of them, Kushina said. You are? She nodded. I have a lot of anger to work off. The Hyuga shouted out the alarm and everyone readied themselves. A moment later Kushina felt her left arm tingle. She looked at it. She was not surprised to see nearly every leaf on her special tattoo turn black. People were crossing over every section of the outer fence. Very quickly the enemy came into sight. They did not call for surrender nor did they offer terms. Everyone on both sides knew this was a fight to the death. They never pay attention to the signs. Kushina thought. The signs told the whole world that trespassers would be killed. And they always are. She pulled out her katana and screamed. For the Hokage. And with that the killing and the dying began. Chapter 98, The Killing Time. As the dogs barked, a huge smile split Anko's face and she began to sing a happy little tune. Total slaughter, total slaughter. I won't leave a single man alive. Shinzu stared at her. You know Anko, I really love you, but sometimes you scare the hell out of me. She laughed. You wouldn't want me any other way. She leaned over and gave him a quick kiss. For luck. She sliced open her thumb. As the enemy came into sight she sang the last line. Let's begin the killing time. She launched herself into the air and performed the summoning. A 20-foot-high gold and black snake appeared underneath her. She lovingly patted the top of the snake's head. Eat up. XXXXXXXXXXX. As the dogs began to bark, Ino reached over and kissed Shuji. For luck. She thought it very sweet the way he still blushed a little at a kiss, especially considering what they'd been doing a little while ago. XXXXXXXXXXX. Temari kissed her man with a possessive smile. Remember, you belong to me. If anyone kills you, I'll be very upset. I'd hate to have to waste time breaking in someone else. Troublesome, Shikamaru said, but he was smiling. XXXXXXXXXX. Kurane was with her team. Asuma suddenly realized that he'd forgotten to get a good luck kiss. Well, too late for that now. He took out his trench knives and focused his chakra through them. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kiba gave her a deep and really passionate kiss. For luck. He then happily ran off to fight beside his clan. Watching him go, Teiwaya smiled. He would never be Haku, but she realized that it didn't matter. She was starting to fall in love with him. But if he ever cheats me, I really will cut his balls off. She took her flute out and began to play a wicked tune. XXXXXXXXXX. Haku kissed her gently and tenderly, as he always did. For luck, Gabriella. For luck, she agreed. She pulled out the katana that Sensei had given her when she made Chunin. She could see the enemy coming. Most of them wore masks, all those that did not wore the Sharingan. Oh Kami, please help me. XXXXXXXXXXX. Tenten stood on the roof. She had gotten her good luck kiss from Niji before coming up here. He and Shizen would stay at Naruto's side, both watching over him and providing a last line of defense. She and Neji, along with all of the cadet branch members, were deeply in Naruto's debt. That gave her extra motivation to fight. She took out one of a dozen scrolls and released it. She had a huge pile of blades in front of her. With an angry smile she began to rain down death. XXXXXXXXXX. As the dogs began to bark, Kakashi popped a soldier pill into his mouth. He wasn't the only one. He and many others wanted every bit of energy he could get. He lifted up his Hyatite and exposed the Sharingan. He had been a legend in the Umbu Black Ops, the finest assassin of his generation. He held out his palm and began to concentrate his chakra. The sound of birds chirping could be heard. Forgive me, Obito, for what I am about to do, but I fear your clan has dishonored your memory. As soon as he spotted them coming, he got moving. He picked out his target and ran straight for him at top speed. The root ninja in the bull mask saw him coming and Kakashi could see his movements suddenly get sloppy. He's hesitating because he's scared. I'll bet he's heard stories about me. Danzo would be disappointed. The ninja in the bull mask threw some kunao and tried to dodge away, obviously not wanting to engage. But that wasn't his choice to make. Kakashi could read his movements with ease thanks to the Sharingan and closed in on him. At the last second the man tried to cast some sort of jutsu, but it was too late. With an effortless grace Kakashi slammed his Raikiri into the man's chest and into his heart, obliterating it. Kakashi yanked his hand back out again and refocused his chakra to maintain the lightning blade. He barely noticed as the body in front of him collapsed to the ground. He was already looking for his next target. That's one. He spotted another root ninja and got moving towards number 2. XXXXXXXXXXX. Hyuga Hayashi was in the very middle of the battle. For the leader of the Hyuga clan there was no other possible place for him. With ferocious power he delivered a palm strike into his opponent's heart. The move was not as graceful or as awe-inspiring as some of his clan's special techniques. But it was brutally effective. A single clean palm strike to the head or heart was enough to kill. His enemy choked up blood before falling to the ground. At his feet were 2 Uchihas. Hayashi was taking a grim satisfaction in defeating the members of his clan's hated rival. He was about to turn on another Uchiha when a ninja burst out of the ground beneath him. Before Hayashi could react, a long barbed knife had been jammed clean through his right thigh. Even as he cried out in pain, he slammed down his top of the Umbu's head and sent a lethal dose of chakra into his skull. But now that his leg was impaled he could barely move. Seeing this, his enemies showered him with kunao and shuriken. Unable to perform rotation and unable to leap away, Hayashi did what he could to block them. But there were too many and his body was stabbed again and again. Hyuga Hayashi slumped and then fell to the ground, dead. XXXXXXXXXX. From his position back in the tree line, Ryuki saw his hated rival fall. He nodded. It was a good start. XXXXXXXXXX. Jiraiya shunshined away from the mansion and well out past the onrushing enemy. When he materialized behind them he was immediately spotted. 10 enemy ninja turned around to come after him. He bit down on his thumb and laughed as they surrounded him. Any of you ever see an ant get stepped on? He ran through some hand signs. Summoning technique. With a huge puff of smoke, Jiraiya was riding on top of Gamabunta's head. The other ninja were nowhere to be seen. Good work, Bunta. Gamabunta flipped his eyes up. Jiraiya, what's going on here? The boss frog summons looked at the battle that was raging all around them. This is Minato's old home. That's right, Bunta, this is the Namikaze mansion. And those ninja who are attacking it are leaf nins who have betrayed Naruto and are trying to kill him. What? Gamabunta's outraged shout actually brought the fighting to a momentary halt and woke up most of the village. Due to Danzo's communication blackout, the phone lines were all dead and the civilians could not find out what was happening. Jiraiya, Are you telling me these men have broken their oaths to their Hokage and are trying to murder him? That's exactly what they're doing, Bunta. Jiraiya almost felt sorry for the poor bastards, almost. Gamabunta pulled out his sword. There is no worse scum than a traitor. The sword came down like a scythe coming down on wheat. 4 ninja were chopped more or less in half. Gamabunta began searching for more ninja to harvest. He hesitated only to avoid harming those who were defending the mansion and Naruto. XXXXXXXXXXX. Gamabunta's sudden arrival forced the attackers to rush forward and close in. Ironically, it was safer to be close to your enemy. XXXXXXXXXX. An Umbu cried out and stopped moving as he was caught in the illusion of being bound in a tree. Kurane slipped forward out of the non-existent tree with a kunao in hand. She was stopped short when the Umbu suddenly moved and brought his own kunao up into her chest. As she clutched her wound and fell forward, she took a good look at the Umbu with a hawk mask. His eyes were red with 2 small marks in each. Organizing the attack, Ryuki and Danzo had agreed to have a few Uchiha dress up as Umbu. While a few Umbu went without masks and had a minor genjutsu give them false sharinans. Both leaders understood the value of deception. This would give them the chance to surprise some of their enemies. Seeing his opponent down, the Uchiha/Umbu was about to move when he found himself swarmed under by bugs. Having seen his sensei go down, Abarame Shino spoke with rare emotion as he gave a command. Eat him to the bone. The Uchiha began to scream, but not for too long. XXXXXXXXXX. The Inoshikacho teamwork had not been on display for a long time, but standing together now it was clear that their unity had not been lost. A group of 6 ninja came at them, one of them was an Uchiha. Shadow possession technique. Shikamaru's shadow leapt forward and caught 5 of them. They're all yours, Chuji. Right? Body expansion technique. Chuji grew 20 feet tall and pulled out a metal club. He then began playing one of his favorite games, Whack-the-Mole. The Uchiha had spotted the shadow and leapt away at the last moment. Seeing what looked like an easy target, he bolted for a blonde girl in a purple outfit. Ino desperately tried to lock onto him with one of her mental jutsus, but he was moving too fast. Grand Windstorm. The Uchiha was caught in mid-air and sent flying. Ino turned around to see the other girl with her fan still out. Ino slowly nodded in her direction. Thanks. Temari looked at her and gave a simple nod. You're welcome. Ino turned back towards the fight and tried to pick out a likely victim for one of her jutsus. Want to go shopping later? Sure. XXXXXXXXXX. Saisha ran forward with his katana out and ready. His enemy was an Uchiha probably no older than Naruto. The young pup was smirking at him. Saishu had seen that before. No doubt the boy was thinking that no old broken down ninja could be much of a threat. What could an old man do to one of the Uchiha elite? Saishu smiled. As they closed in on each other, Saishu got in the first strike. He sent a wide arcing slice at the boy's midsection. But the Uchiha could read the movement and was quicker. The boy ducked in close underneath the failed strike, eager to end it and move on to another enemy. Saishu never saw it coming. The first he knew of his enemy's attack was when he felt the kunao punch into the side of his neck. The boy was fast, but just a little too sure of his own abilities. As blood filled his mouth, he could see the smirk still on the boy's face. The look changed to sudden surprise when he felt an iron grip on his wrist. The Uchiha tried to yank his hand free but couldn't. Saishu could feel the strength leaving his body, but the old ninja had enough left for one final attack. With the boy in close and held in place, he brought his katana back around. The boy could see the movement and brought his other hand up in a desperate effort to block. The katana sliced right through his fingers without even slowing. The blade went clean into the neck and only stopped when it hit the spine. Blood spurted out from Uchiha's throat. The look on his face was one of horror and of shock. As he collapsed to the ground, his last thought had probably been wonder at how such an old man could have killed him. As the world around him disappeared and turned black, Saishu was happy. He had known from the start that he was unlikely to survive this battle. But that was all right, he did not fear death. This is a good death, I die protecting my family, and I die knowing the Uzumaki will live on. No ninja, no Uzumaki could ask for a better end. XXXXXXXXXX. Uncle! Kushina screamed. Kushina! Her brother was fighting at her side. Don't lose focus. We both knew that this is how it would probably end. He died defending his family, that's what he would have wanted. I know, she admitted and focused on a rather nervous Umbu with a crow's mask. But it still makes me angry. She launched herself at him. Back in Whirlpool country there had been many old sayings. Just as there were many old traditions. The best known of them was this, never piss off the Uzumaki. The Umbu threw kunao at her. She spun her katana and deflected them with contemptuous ease. When she was on top of him he tried to fight using kunao. She could have killed him instantly but she really was very angry. So instead she sliced off both hands at the wrist and then cut open his belly with a huge X, sending his guts literally spilling out. The man fell to his knees and began screaming mindlessly. Shinzu came over and gave the man the mercy of a killing blow. You're getting sloppy. Oh, shut up. Kushina viciously skewered an Umbu in a ram's mask. XXXXXXXXXX. The Uchiha pulled a short sword out of his enemy's body. Hearing the sound of birds chirping he turned around to see a ninja with silver hair with lightning in his hand. Uchiha Maldrose smiled. Well, if it isn't Kakashi of the Sharingan. I was hoping I'd get the chance to fight you. Kakashi stood there calmly eyeing him. Tell me something, Uchiha. Your clan was one of the most honored and respected. Why are you doing this? Maldrose smiled. Because we are the elite of the elite. Uchiha blood is the finest in the world and it is only right that we lead this village. All we are doing is taking what should be ours already. Through murder. Don't get high and mighty, Mr. Black Ops legend. You've probably murdered more people than anyone in this village. Kakashi nodded. I've killed and I've assassinated, but I would never betray. Tell me, did any of the Uchiha oppose this? Did even one of you speak against it? Maldrose looked at him in surprise. Why would we? For us the clan has always come first. Anything that strengthens the clan we support. Even if it means treason and bringing civil war to the village. Maldrose shook his head. The village only matters so far as it supports the clan. If destroying the village strengthened the clan then we would support that. Kakashi paused for a bit and then nodded. Thank you, that will make exterminating the Uchiha clan much easier. Kakashi ran forward. Maldrose ran forward as well with his sword ready. Ha! As if you and your Sharingan could beat a real, Urk. Kakashi felt nothing as he pulled his hand out of his enemy's body. That's 12. XXXXXXXXXX. Water Dragon Missile. From out of the pond behind the mansion a massive stream of water rose into the air in the form of a dragon. It struck the ground right in front of Haku. The three ninjas he had been facing had leapt away and dodged the attack easily. When they landed again they were ankle deep in water as the area was temporarily flooded. Haku immediately used his Keki I Genkai transform the water to ice. The enemy ninja were now trapped and immobilized. Since becoming a leaf nin, Haku had tried to avoid killing whenever possible. But he had still been forced to do his share of it on missions. He did not hesitate now. Around them he took the moisture in the air to make sold spears of ice and quickly skewered them. He had no sooner done that than he was under attack again. Grand Fireball Technique. Seeing a massive ball of fire heading towards him he quickly worked a jutsu. Wall of Ice Technique. A solid wall of ice formed in front of him. The ball of fire struck with violent force, exploding on impact. The wall shattered and a huge gout of steam filled the nearby air. Being too close was thrown back by the force of the explosion. Seeing an opportunity, the Uchiha ran forward. Energy blazed around her hand as she formed a chakra scalpel. She came to a sudden halt when another kunoichi seemed to appear before her. "Gabriella!" the woman called in surprise. Gabriella held her katana out and nodded acknowledgement. "Hello, Ikola." The two women faced each other. They were only a few years apart, with Ikola being older. They were cousins and had been close as children, though they had drifted apart once Ikola began her ninja career. But they had always liked one another. "Gabriella, what are you doing? How can you go against your own clan?" "I could never go against my own clan," Gabriella said calmly. "But my clan is Mamakai now, not Uchiha." Ikola looked at her cousin disbelieving. "How can you betray your family? You talk to make about betrayal. You who have broken your oaths to serve Konoha and the Hokage." "I am loyal to my clan," Ikola shouted right back. "Well, so am I. And what's more, being loyal to my clan doesn't mean I have to be disloyal to my village. The clans are a part of the village, we serve the village." Ikola shook her head. "You are an Uchiha by blood, Gabriella, no matter who you are married to. We're Uchiha, we're the strongest, and we are the best. I know your father will forgive you if you come over to our side." Gabriella shook her head. "I would never betray the Hokage, and I'd rather die 100 times than betray Haku. He never disowned me or made me feel worthless because I didn't have the Sharingan." She saw Ikola open her mouth. "Enough. I didn't come here to debate, we both know what side we're on. Out of love for you, Ikola, I'll give you one chance. Just turn around and go. But if you take a single step forward, cousin or not, I'll kill you." She shook her head. "I can't run away. And I can't let you go past," Gabriella said sadly and got ready. "Then there's no choice." Ikola tensed. "I guess not," Gabriella answered. Ikola rushed forward and Gabriella did the same. They were both power kunoichi. They both had the Sharingan. They were both ready to fight and die for their cause. But one was a medic nin and one was a close combat specialist. Ikola looked down in horror at the katana that had slammed up and into her ribs. The chakra scalpel faded out. With a moan, Ikola fell down onto the ice. Her warm blood began to pool around her. Gabriella looked down at what she had just done. "I really killed her." She stared at her cousin's blood on her sword. "Gabriella, are you all right?" Haku shouted to her. The sound of his voice snapped her out of it. He still needed her, she would mourn later. "I'm fine," she called back and hurried to his side. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Ryuki looked on the scene with worry. The fighting was brutal and the death toll looked to be high on both sides. What was worse, the enemy seemed to be holding his forces at bay. He could not afford a Pyrrhic victory. It would be no success to kill Naruto at the cost of his entire clan. Naruto had to die, and he had to die now before Ryuki lost any more of his people. He was sure that with Naruto killed, most of the enemy would give up. It was time now to activate the backup plan. He turned to the 4 ninja he had deliberately held out of the battle for just this situation. They were the elite assassins of the Uchiha and of Root. "Go." The 4 of them disappeared without a sound. XXXXXXXXXXXX. They had brought Naruto down to the basement. It was considered the most secure location in the mansion. In a small storage room, a bed had been set up with a heart monitor and an IV drip. Sitting on 2 chairs on either side of him were Niji and Shizuan. They could hear the dim echoes of battle. Sometimes a really loud explosion would come through clearly. Otherwise it seemed to all be background noise. Niji activated his bloodline from time to time to see how things were going. He always noted that Tenten was alright. Because of chakra, he did not keep it continuously active. Shizuan looked at her watch nervously. "It will be getting light out soon." Niji was about to agree when he heard a noise from the stairwell. Byakugan. He saw them just in time. Intruders. The door was kicked down and two figures rushed in. An Uchiha came at Niji and an Umbu in a tiger mask came at Shizune. Niji tossed away his cane and dropped into a Jyoken stance. His old injury would slow him down a bit, but he would be alright for the short term. As the Uchiha lunged at him, Niji landed a pair of strikes on his arm and shoulder, shutting down some chakra points and backing up a step. Shizune had just enough time to pull back her robe sleeve and fire off 4 hidden needles that were strapped there. The Umbu managed to dodge or knock away 3 of them, but the 4th jabbed into his arm. It slowed him down, but he managed to keep going forward. He would be unconscious in a few minutes, but he could still do what was needed. As both Shizune and Niji were momentarily occupied, 2 more ninja made a beeline for Naruto. There was nothing between the second Uchiha and an Umbu in a snake's mask. Naruto! Shizune screamed. She could do nothing but stand there helplessly and watch as the 2 ninjas stabbed down with their kunao. Only to have their kunao stopped by a red chakra cloak. XXXXXXXXXX. Naruto felt a surge of power go through him, and it was enough to bring him fully awake. As he opened his eyes, he looked up to see 2 ninjas standing over him with drawn kunao. One had an Umbu mask on, the other was an Uchiha with the Sharingan and a look of fear on his face. "Hello there," Naruto said cheerfully. In the very next second, a pair of hands made of red chakra grabbed them both and crushed them like rotten fruit. Sitting up in his bed, he saw Shizune and Niji facing 2 more ninja. Another pair of chakra arms shot out and crushed those 2 as well. Shizune and Niji were staring open-mouthed as the arms dropped the bodies on the basement floor and melted back into the red chakra surrounding Naruto. For his part, Naruto sat up and stretched for a bit, not seeming upset at having just brutally killed 4 leaf nins. "So, Aunt Shizune, Niji, tell me what I missed. And why am I in a hospital gown? XXXXXXXXXX. You know I blame you for this," Shinzu said. "Oh, shut up." An annoyed Kusina answered. "You trying to say this is my fault?" "Well, that's sort of what I meant when I said, I blame you for this. You know there's a reason your nickname used to be, shut up." Somehow Kusina actually found it comforting to be bickering with her older brother. They had always been this way, ever since they had both started using practice swords. Right now they were standing back to back with a dozen mutilated bodies at their feet. They were surrounded by 8 more enemy ninja, but none of them seemed really eager to get close to those katanas. In all the fighting, both Kusina and Shinzu had taken a few wounds and bled a little. But nothing serious, yet. "So I've decided what to name my son with Anko," Shinzu said conversationally. "Anko's actually letting you pick the name," Kusina said. "Yeah, she says it's because of this thing I do for her with my tongue where. Hey. I'm your sister. I don't need to know the details. So what are you going to name him?" "Saishu." Kusina smiled at that. "Well, uncle would have liked that." "Yeah." And he suddenly stopped. All the fighting and all the movement stopped. Every ninja on both sides, every ninja in the village, and every person able to sense chakra suddenly halted or suddenly came awake. Because they all felt it, a monstrous and overpowering chakra. Just like one that had been felt 3 years ago near the Forest of Death. All eyes snapped up towards the roof of the Namikaze mansion. Naruto was standing there looking back at them calmly. He was dressed in the Hokage robes. Tenten and Niji were holding each other and Shizune was nearby looking on nervously. Naruto was surrounded by red chakra and 4 distinct tails swung about him. But unlike 3 years ago, he had not transformed. He was still just Naruto. And he was angry. XXXXXXXXXX. In Danzo's home, the 3 of them all felt it. After organizing his forces and sending them to battle, Danzo, Koharu, and Homura had come here to await the news. They had received no reports, and Danzo had begun to wonder. Now he knew. It's over. Danzo said as calmly as ever. We have lost. What? Koharu demanded. We can't know that. We haven't heard anything, maybe we will still win. Danzo merely shook his head. If Naruto has recovered enough to summon up that chakra, then there can be no hope of defeating him now. He began walking to his private study. What do we do? Koharu asked fearfully. Do whatever you like, but do it soon. As for me, I think I will take my leave. I refuse to be put in chains and judged like a common criminal. I will meet my end in my own way. He entered the study and shut the door behind him. Homura began walking towards the door, apparently about to leave. Where are you going? Koharu asked. I think it will be a beautiful day. I am going to watch the sun rise. And with that he left. Koharu let out a long sigh and decided to go home and await her fate. She decided that she would do a little reading. There was a wonderful story she'd been reading for a while and she wanted to see how it ended. XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto was looking out at the scene below him. His home had literally been turned into a battlefield. The beautiful estates, even the rose garden, had been burned up, blown up, and pretty much torn up. And there were bodies everywhere, and tragically he was certain that they were not only the bodies of his enemies. Even at this distance he was able to make out the body of his grand uncle. All of you who have attacked my home and the people who were trying to protect me. You are all guilty of the crimes of treason and rebellion against both your Hokage and your village. For these crimes I sentence you to death, sentence to be carried out immediately. He disappeared with a flash of yellow. All around there was a loud and sickening series of pops and crunching sounds. Kushina saw 8 very nervous ninjas suddenly reduced to 8 piles of body parts. In just a handful of seconds Naruto was killing every last remaining enemy. And these were not clean kills. He was tearing them apart. Heads were torn off and bodies were ripped into pieces. Seeing this butchery, Ino and a few others turned away to begin vomiting. In just a few seconds it was over. Well, almost. XXXXXXXXXX. Ryuki was horrified. Such power. His whole clan slaughtered. He was beginning to back away when he felt himself squeezed tight by a fist of red chakra. He was swung about and made to face Naruto. You have exactly 1 minute to live. They both disappeared in a flash of yellow. XXXXXXXXXXX. They reappeared on the outer wall of the Uchiha compound. The sky was getting lighter, it was almost dawn. Why have you brought me here? Ryuki asked fearfully. Ignoring him, Naruto cast a jutsu. The entire top of the wall was filled with smoke. When the smoke cleared, there was a clone every few yards all the way around the wall. All the clones pulled out their swords. I made you a promise, Ryuki. Naruto answered quietly. Do you remember my promise? What did I say? What were my words? Ryuki looked frightened. There are no ninja left in the compound, only civilians and children too young to have the Sharingan. Naruto gave him a smile that chilled his heart. I promised you I would annihilate your entire clan, not just the ninja. You wouldn't. I beg you, Hokage-sama, show mercy. I did. Naruto screamed at him. The Uchiha clan has wanted me dead since the day of my birth. Your clan has given me more misery and pain than any other enemy. Yet despite everything that Sasuke, Itachi, and the rest of your clan did to me, I treated you with respect and honor. I put the past aside and acted with mercy. And you repaid me by stabbing me through the heart. His cruel smile widened a bit. You want mercy? All right, I'll only kill you and leave the rest alone. If you can name one time, just one, where your clan showed me some mercy. Ryuki stared at him. His mouth opened but he could think of no answer. That's what I thought. Your clan has hated me and wanted to destroy me for my entire life. It's only fair I return the favor. Your minute is up, Ryuki. I just wanted you to live long enough to know I would keep my promise and that you were responsible for the final massacre of your clan. The shadow clones leapt down into the compound and the screams began almost immediately. Ryuki screamed too. He howled and pleaded and wept. Naruto actually left him alive for another 20 minutes, before finally ending his life. He didn't want Ryuki to see that he wasn't killing everyone. He had promised to annihilate the clan and he would. After today the Uchiha clan would be extinct. The children he spared would be adopted into new families or grow up as orphans with new last names. But the Uchihas were gone forever. Chapter 99, A Day of Surprises. Asuma knelt beside Kurane and held her hand as Hinata worked on her. "You're sure she's going to be alright?" he asked worriedly. Hinata nodded. "She is very lucky the wound missed all her vital organs. She will make a full recovery." Hinata kept a tight focus on her chakra as she healed the tissue and brought Kurane's flesh back together. "I truly thank you, Hinata," Asuma said quietly. "I know you have other things on your mind right now." She gave him a small smile. "It's all right, the other things can wait. Helping the wounded can't." She had rushed back from the Hyuga estates the second she'd felt him unleash his power. It had taken her less than a minute, but by the time she'd arrived the fighting was over and Naruto-kun was gone. Her immediate instinct had been to follow after. With his chakra blazing like a signal fire she could have found him with her eyes closed. But then she'd heard the cries from the wounded. Her medical skills were needed here and she couldn't ignore that. Not long after her arrival a Hyuga member had come up to her and told her about her father. She had seen him lying in the grass, proud even in death. He had never been the warmest of men, but she had always known he cared for her. She said a silent prayer and wept, but she could do nothing more for him. She had to save lives and help people who were suffering. Together with Niji and Shizun she struggled to heal the torn and broken bodies that lay all around her. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kusina knelt down and gently closed her uncle's eyes. His katana rested on his chest with both hands placed over the hilt. She gently kissed his forehead, his flesh was already growing cold. "Goodbye, Uncle Saishu." Shinzu bowed his head in respect. Standing beside her husband Anko did the same. Showing respect to a man who had fought to protect those he loved. XXXXXXXXXXX. The Inyazuka had gathered around in a circle. Within the circle were the bodies of 2 ninja and 2 dogs. These were both cousins to Kiba and their partners. Kiba, his mom, and his sister had all taken minor wounds in the fighting, they would all be fine. But 2 had made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Alone among all the clans of Konoha the Inyazuka openly displayed their hearts. For them sorrow was not something to be ashamed of. It was only natural to grieve when someone you loved was gone. So Kiba and the others of his clan put their heads back and howled along with their dogs, honoring those they had lost and releasing their pain. Teiwa wasn't comfortable with this tradition. She wasn't the type to ever show she was hurting. But she went up to Kiba and put her arms around him. He looked over to her and nodded gratefully for her support and put his own arms around her. XXXXXXXXXX. About 50 of the defenders had died along with all of the attackers. After the fighting had come to its abrupt end, the first priority had been to help the wounded. Luckily they had 3 top medical nins on hand, so no additional lives were lost due to late treatment. With the wounded taken care of, most ninja had taken a moment to grieve or pray or console another. When that was done, most took a much needed rest. No experience drained you like life and death combat. The next thing after everyone had rested would be tidying up the battlefield. They would need to line up all the bodies and prepare them to be identified and then buried. It was finally dawn, the long night was over. XXXXXXXXXX. As people were still resting, Jiraiya approached a weary Kakashi who was sitting down alone in the grass. "You all right?" Jiraiya asked. Kakashi gave a drained nod of the head. Sure, just tired. I don't doubt it. Kakashi turned his head and looked northward. That was the direction Naruto was in. Where do you think he is right now? The Uchiha compound, Jiraiya said firmly. It has to be. Both men nodded grimly. They knew what that meant. It's a real shame, Kakashi said sadly. But I don't suppose there was any other way this could have ended. The Uchiha brought this completely on themselves. Jiraiya said flatly. For that matter, so did Danzo and Root. Kakashi had been in the Black Ops for most of his ninja career. He still knew many in the Umbu. He shook his head sadly. That so many Umbu would betray their Hokage. Let's just hope Naruto doesn't decide to pay a visit on Umbu headquarters next. Jiraiya was only half joking. XXXXXXXXXX. 30 minutes after he had gone, Naruto returned. And he wasn't alone. When he reappeared, he was standing by the main door. As soon as he returned, he let go of the red chakra. As the power left him, he felt no exhaustion at all. He was quickly surrounded by all the ninja who had fought for him. Naruto. His mom immediately ran up to him and swallowed him up in a hug. She began covering his face with kisses between declarations of joy that her baby was all right. Normally he didn't like it when his mom called him, her baby, in public, especially in front of so many witnesses. But just this once he smiled and accepted her words without complaint. Then he heard another woman call out his name. With a smile, Kushina stepped aside to allow Hinata to take her place. Hinata wrapped her arms around him and he put his protectively around her. After several welcoming kisses, she pressed her face against his neck and let out a long relieved sigh. She could feel one of his hands rubbing up and down her back. "You're all right, aren't you, Hinata-chan? You weren't hurt at all, were you?" She smiled. Of course he would be worried about her when he was the one who had nearly died. "I'm all right, Naruto-kun. I wasn't even here, Kushina made me leave before the fighting started." Naruto sent his mom a grateful look. Kushina smiled and nodded back. Hinata looked up into his face and let out a small gasp of surprise. She gently touched his cheek. "Naruto, your whisker scars have come back." "They have." He reached up and touched his other cheek. Sure enough, he felt the tiny ridges on his skin. I guess they have. It makes sense, I guess." Jiraiya let out a small cough and interrupted the lovely scene. "I'm glad that you're okay, kid, but there is something we really need to discuss." The door to the mansion opened and a shadow clone stepped out looking panicked. "Mom. Can you change a diaper for me?" Kushina gave him one of the most startled looks he'd ever seen. "A diaper?" With the door open, she could hear children shouting and babies crying. What is going on in there? Stepping into her home, Kushina stopped to just stare. Outside her front door, the scene was one of pure destruction. Inside, it looked like a nursery that had gone wild. There were children running around shouting and knocking things over. There were babies and infants being cradled in the arms of shadow clones, while others were trying to somehow corral the children who were running around. Kushina turned around to look at her son, who had also come inside. Hinata and many of the others were also coming in, drawn by their curiosity. "Naruto, what is all this?" He shook his head a bit sadly. "These 33 children are the last of the Uchiha. They should be young enough to eventually forget what their lives were before today." "I see." Kushina answered quietly. "Naruto, just what do you plan to do with these children?" Kakashi asked. "I'm going to let them be adopted. I'm sure some of them will develop the Sharingan, but from now on that ability will be shared among many clans. No one clan will have a monopoly on that jujutsu. Any children who are not adopted will become orphans of the state and be given new names. There are no more Uchihas in Konoha." "I see," Kakashi replied. "Is there any way to tell which of them will develop the Sharingan?" Asuma asked curiously. Naruto shook his head. "Nope, I couldn't even begin to guess what the percentage will be. 1 in 3, Gabriella said quietly. About 2/3 of all those living in the Uchiha district were civilians who could not activate their Sharingan. Naruto sent Gabriella a look that was not quite guilty but definitely not proud. Gabriella, what I did? I understand Hokage-sama, Gabriella said. Every adult in the clan supported Ryuki, even if they were unable to actively fight. The entire clan was complicit in the rebellion. I consider the punishment just, and thank you for sparing at least some. Temari walked up to one of Naruto's shadow clones and took a crying baby from him. She carefully rocked him back and forth while singing a lullaby to him that her mother had sung to her. The baby soon quieted down. She looked over to Shikamaru, who knew what was coming next. Shika, I want to adopt him. But I thought you wanted us to have our own children. He protested. He already knew he would be changing a whole lot of diapers. I still do, but we can still adopt him. She gave him a firm look and he sighed, knowing there was no changing her mind. XXXXXXXXXXX. Kakashi went over to a young boy perhaps 4 or 5 and crying alone in the corner of the room. He carefully put his hand on the boy's shoulder. What is your name? The boy looked up nervously. Obito, he answered. Kakashi looked down at him in surprise. Come with me, Obito, and I promise I will take care of you. XXXXXXXXXXX. Yojo and Hadade had both survived the battle and had already decided they had wasted enough time. They were going to get married and start a family. They decided to adopt a little girl who was probably around 3. XXXXXXXXXX. The Hyuga clan elders made the decision to adopt 4 of the children in the hope that they would one day marry blood Hyugas and create a new version of the Byakugan or Sharingan. XXXXXXXXXX. Inuyasukitsum decided to take 2 of the children as replacements for the 2 who had been lost. XXXXXXXXXX. Alisa had returned home soon after it was clear the battle was over. The sight of the bodies strewn across her home had been shocking, as had the news that Grand Uncle was among the lost. Please no, the little girl shut her eyes. Please don't make me look. Her mother put her hands gently but firmly on her shoulders. Open your eyes and don't look away. Alisa did so and looked down at the body of her grand uncle. This is a part of what it means to be ninja. Kushina told her. For most ninja this is how life ends. All of us who travel this path must accept that we may be called upon to die a violent death. She stared down at his body. Except for the neck wound, he might have been sleeping while holding his sword. Why? She asked. Why must it be this way? We are the living swords and shields that protect this village, Alisa. Kushina answered. We put our lives in danger so that this village and its people can live in safety. You will graduate the academy soon and receive the Hitaiite. This will be your path. Do you still wish to be ninja? The little girl looked up at her mother. She hesitated, but nodded. I do, Ka-san, I want to keep the people safe. Now she was standing beside her mother as the orphans of the Uchiha clan were being adopted. Ka-san, can I have a little brother? Kushina looked at her in surprise. You want me to adopt one of these children? Alisa nodded eagerly. I want to have a little brother that I can help protect the same way Naizen has always protected me. Kushina thought about it. The truth was she loved being a mother. Taking care of children had always made her happy. She looked over to her son. Would you have an objection, Naruto? He shrugged. Of course not, Mom. You do realize that if I adopt one of them that means you will have an Uchiha as a brother? Naruto shook his head. No, if you adopt someone he will be Namikaze just like Alisa. I will treat him as my brother, just as I have always treated Alisa as my sister. Nodding, Kushina approached a 5-year-old boy. She knelt down and gently rubbed the top of his head. What is your name, child? Masaharu, the boy answered shyly. Well, Masaharu, my name is Kushina, and I will be your new mother. XXXXXXXXXX. In the end, the ninja present adopted all but 6 of the children. 3 boys and 3 girls ages ranging from 2 to 7 remained. Gabriella looked at the 6 remaining children and then turned to her husband. Haku, I want to adopt them. All 6. She nodded. They are all kin to me and I don't want them to end up in an orphanage. Do you really think we can take care of 6 children by ourselves? Gabriella smiled. By ourselves? We'll still be living here for the foreseeable future, which means we'll have plenty of help. Kusina shook her head, knowing who Gabriella thought would be giving her most of that help. XXXXXXXXXX. During all of this, Naruto and some of his clones had been sitting at the dinner table working. One of his clones had gone to the tower to retrieve his seal. He'd also sent other clones to other tasks such as cleaning up the battlefield outside as well as the Uchiha compound. He had written up quite a few executive orders. He was finally ready to begin assigning missions. XXXXXXXXXX. Yamato, Ibiki, and Ino, the 3 ninja he'd called for, came forward. He handed one order to Yamato and one to Ibiki. Yamato, you are promoted to command of the Umbu, congratulations. After everything that's happened, I'm forced to question their loyalty. Even the ones who didn't openly side with Danzo obeyed his orders. He then looked to Ibiki. I want you to begin an investigation of every Umbu who did not come here to fight. Every last one. Ino, given your abilities, I'd like you to help. What do you want me to do with the ones that are disloyal but didn't actually turn on you? Ibiki asked. If they are root members, arrest them. If they are disloyal to me but have not acted on it, then dismiss them from the Umbu. Hokage-sama, I hate to say this, Yamato interjected. But there are still a percentage of the Umbu who have never fully accepted you as Hokage but remain loyal to the village. That's not good enough. Naruto said. Danzo and his root members could have said the exact same thing. The Umbu are expected to be the personal weapons of the Hokage. If any do not feel they can perform that role, then they cannot be Umbu, though they may continue to serve as regular ninja. It will take weeks to sort out the entire Umbu. Ibiki said. Take as long as you need. Naruto said. Just make sure I can trust whoever is felt. Naruto pulled out 4 more scrolls. Jiraiya and Kakashi, take however many ninja you want, but find Danzo, Koharu, Homura, and Michio. These are warrants for their arrest. Take them alive if at all possible. He took several more scrolls out. Shikamaru and Shizuan, please go to the tower and put these new orders into effect. Shikamaru took the orders and began looking through them. All the orders from Danzo and Ryuki were officially declared invalid. Naruto was activating Article 7 to place Konoha under martial law, thereby following the example of what Ryuki had done less than 24 hours earlier. He was ordering the gates shut and all ninja missions suspended. The Uchiha properties as well as the properties of all rebels were confiscated. The Uchiha compound was restricted and made off limits to all except those with the express permission of the Hokage. Shikamaru nodded as all the orders made good sense, until he got to the last one. He quirked an eyebrow and looked at Naruto. Harming any fox is hereby made a crime punishable by fine of 50,000 ryu and up to 6-month sentence of forced confinement. Killing any fox is hereby made a crime punishable by a fine up to 200,000 ryu and up to 3 years sentence of hard labor. Naruto, what does this have to do with putting things back in order? Nothing, Naruto admitted. It's part of a promise I made. Listen kid, all this is really great. Jiraiya interjected. But there's something we really do need to talk about that can't wait. He looked about the crowded room. Maybe we should go somewhere and talk in private. If this has to do with the little fact that Naruto has the Kuwabi's chakra again, don't bother. Shikamaru said. Everyone in the village who can sense chakra knows. And I think everyone would really appreciate an explanation. Shikamaru does have a point kid. the Kyuubi was extracted from you, so how can you have his chakra again? Naruto shrugged, this wasn't going to be a secret. I made a contract with the Kyuubi and with the foxes. In a day that had been absolutely full of surprises, that statement left the room silent. Troublesome, Shikamaru said. Jiraiya shook his head, not believing it. Kid, you can't bargain with one of the Biju, it's impossible. And I happen to know for a fact that there is no such thing as a fox contract. Oh really? Naruto bit his thumb and performed the hand signs. Summoning technique. There was a small puff of smoke. When the smoke had cleared, a large red fox sat patiently at Naruto's feet. Jiraiya gaped at the small animal. That's impossible. So? Naruto smiled. XXXXXXXXXX. Kakashi and Jiraiya had not expected to find Danzo in his home. They had gone there simply in hopes of finding some clue as to his true location. But he had been there. They found him lying on the floor of his study, surrounded by a pool of blood. A short sword driven through his chest, his body already growing cold. Bastard took the easy way out. Jiraiya complained. Given his own past, Kakashi had never thought well of suicide, but he merely shrugged. Well, at least he knew better than to try and run once he'd lost. What do you think of poor Michio? They had found his body lying in the basement, obviously dead for some hours. I'm guessing he probably got cold feet. Kakashi said. Brave enough to rebel but not actually fight. Jiraiya shook his head in disgust. At least Danzo and Ryuki had the courage of their convictions. If they hadn't, there would be a lot more people alive right now. Jiraiya merely grunted. Kakashi was right, but if there was one thing Jiraiya truly admired, it was guts, even when those guts were used in a bad cause. Well, let's see if we can find the other two as easily. XXXXXXXXXX. Capturing Koharu and Homura actually proved very easy. Both were found in their homes and offered no resistance. After a long interrogation session assisted by Ino, the two of them were sent to the tower where Naruto now was. Under heavy guard, but without chains, they were marched into the Hokage's office where the Hokage awaited. Having dealt with the combined forces of Uchiha and Root, Naruto felt confident he could deal with these two. He allowed them to approach his desk and placed 2 pieces of paper and 2 pens in front of them. Following your interrogations, it is clear that you both conspired with Danzo and Ryuki to overthrow me and place Ryuki as head of the government. What is more, you Koharu directly assisted in the attempt on my life by placing a genjutsu on my would-be assassin. That is true. Koharu admitted. It had come out during the interrogation, so there was no point in denying it now. We will not plead for mercy, we know the punishment for our actions. Homura said calmly. You both deserve death. Naruto told them flatly, but then gave a disappointed shake of his head. However, you were both the friends and teammates of the third Hokage. Out of respect for him, I will show you both mercy. He nodded towards the paper and pens. Each of you write out a resignation, not only from the council but from the village as well. Then take off your hitaites. I will give you 1 hour to leave this village with whatever you can carry. The rest of your possessions will be confiscated. Go wherever you like so long as it is at least 200 miles from Konoha. Banishment. Koharu said in surprise. That's right. I was born in this village, it is the only home I have ever known. Koharu protested. You should have thought of that before you rebelled. Naruto said coldly. I am already showing you more mercy than you deserve and more than I showed the Uchiha. Your only options are exile or immediate execution. In the end, they both decided to write out their resignations and surrender their hitaites. XXXXXXXXXX. Gamabunta looked down at the young man. Jiraiya had again summoned him to the Namikaze estates. Not to fight this time, but to instead hear Naruto's apology for giving up the frog summoning contract. I am truly sorry, Naruto told him. It was a huge honor to be able to work with you and your brethren. I especially enjoyed working with Gamakaki. Gamabunta slowly nodded. Don't worry about it, it sounds to me like you had no real choice. Besides, I faced the Kyuubi, I'm willing to admit I'm not in his class when it comes to raw power. I am very sorry to lose you though. I cared for your father and you were a good henchman. In that case, would you consider letting my uncle sign the contract? It would mean a lot to me if the frogs could become the Uzumaki clan summons. I'll think about it. With that, Gamabunta disappeared with a huge puff of smoke. It was now late afternoon. The bodies had been cleared out. The damage to the estates would take much longer to repair. Everyone in the village now knew that there had been an unsuccessful coup attempt. They also knew that the Uchiha clan had been wiped out except for some children. The fact that Naruto had regained the power of the Kyuubi had also been announced, but the specifics were left out for now. The military police were gone, of course. The non-Uchiha members had all been arrested for their part in supporting the coup. But the ISF and at least part of the UMBU were functioning to maintain order. Still, it would still take a while to fully restore things. Kid, we need to talk. What about Pervy Granddad? In case you've forgotten, the Akatsuki still have Yujito. She only has 3 days left and this one is mostly gone. It will take a full day to reach aim. We have to begin assembling an army immediately. Jiraiya was surprised to see Naruto shake his head. I haven't forgotten about her or about the Akatsuki. But I won't be taking the army. I have something else in mind. Like what, kid? Naruto told him. Jiraiya stared at him. Are you serious? When it comes to my precious people, I am always serious. Kid, what you're wanting to do, it's. Jiraiya was trying to find a word strong enough. According to your prophecy, there are only 2 options. Naruto said quietly. Either I bring the world peace or I bring total destruction. Nothing in between, right? If those are the stakes, I can't hold back. Jiraiya could only nod. In that case, kid, I want to ask you a favor. XXXXXXXXXX. Walking back into his home, he could smell dinner cooking and wandered into the kitchen. Is that your ramen I smell? Looking up from the stove, Kushina smiled and nodded. It is. I think you deserve a special treat tonight. Thanks, Mom. Listen, I have to go take care of something and it will probably take about an hour, so I may be a little late to dinner. That's fine, son. What are you taking care of? Well, I'm about to go rescue Yujito, exterminate Akatsuki, save the world, and probably level most of Rain Village. He thought about it for a second. Yeah, an hour should about do it. Kushina gawked at her son. This really was a day for surprises. Naruto. Bye, Mom. He disappeared in a yellow flash. Somewhere in a gray void, the Kyuubi opened an eager eye. And began to grin. Chapter 100, Settle All Accounts. Some of you have asked about a sequel to this story. Well, I have decided instead to write a prequel. I have already posted it. It's called A Mother's Love, The Life of Kushina. So one more chapter to go. XXXXXXXXXX. Upon their return to the Rain Village, everything had been prepared. All the surviving members of Akatsuki were present. For this final ceremony, Ha had required them all to be here. As a message, he had alerted all his ninja to secure not only the temple but the village from possible attack. The moment was finally at hand, a new golden age of peace. With the power he would have at his disposal, he would become a new emperor, and each of the Akatsuki would be given a part of the world to rule over as warlords in his name. And any who disturbed his peace would meet a swift end. XXXXXXXXXX. It is almost time, he said calmly. In 3 days the ceremony of transformation will be completed and a new all-powerful Biju will be born. Konan looked at him nervously. She had believed in him, followed him, fought at his side, and she had always trusted him. But now that they were nearly to the end, her doubts weren't just whispering to her, they were shouting. Pain, are you sure? She asked quietly. He looked over to her. What do you mean? She took a deep breath. I am wondering about what Jiraiya says ni I said. He thought that this was madness. He simply does not understand, Pain reassured her. How could he? He is old and set in his ways, his mind closed to new possibilities. She looked at him with worry. He said we would destroy the world. He would say anything to try and stop us. But I won't let his words stop me, especially not now that I am so close. He looked at her imploringly. You aren't worried, are you? She said herself and decided to finally tell him the truth. I have always been worried about this. But out of loyalty for you I have always set my fears aside. The final goal is noble and worthwhile, who could possibly be against lasting peace? But to create a Biju? Does that not seem like madness to you? The master jutsu will work. Pain said firmly. He refused to listen to any doubt. Have I ever failed you, Conan, or let you down? No, never, not even once. Then trust in me just once more. He held out his hand to her. I cannot do this without you. And once more, as in so many other times, she decided to set aside her fears and trust in him. She reached out and took his hand. I trust in you, she said. To the end. XXXXXXXXXX. The abandoned temple that had been their secret base was no longer abandoned. 100 rain ninjas stood guard inside and immediately outside of it. Beyond the village walls his ninja were patrolling aggressively, searching for any possible threat. Within the temple some of his men not only watched but chanted and spoke prayers. Many of them wanted to worship him as a living god. Pain had already decided that once he ruled the world he would allow a cult to be formed. It might make a useful tool. As his men watched the members of Akatsuki perform the ceremony, they stood on the fingers of the great statue as the chakra was slowly extracted from the last Jinhyuriki. So just what happens once this ultimate Biju is created? Kabuto asked. I will send it out to destroy one of the ninja villages as a demonstration of my power. Pain replied. Then I will give all of them the chance to surrender to me and spare their lands. Which village? Sasori questioned. Kyumo, Pain answered. Sasori chuckled. So much for the non-aggression treaty. Yeah, Deidara said cheerfully. I say blow up IWA. I have made my choice, Pain answered. If after I demonstrate my power IWA refuses to surrender, then they will be destroyed. Who the fuck cares anyway? Haydn sounded annoyed. I'm just glad there won't be any more of these damn long ass ceremonies. You're kidding, right? Kakuzu said. I thought you loved long ceremonies. Only when they fucking involve Jashin. Kakuzu laughed. Well, I'm just looking forward to being a warlord. Making a fortune will be too easy then. So what lands will I rule? Toby wants to be the boss in Fire Country and make all the Leaf Nins serve Toby, especially the ones with red eyes. You mean the Uchiha? Kabuto clarified. Toby's head nodded up and down. Thank you, Kabuto-senpai. Yes, Toby wants the Uchihas to be Toby's slaves. I have already agreed to that. Pain said. Konoha and all of Fire Country will be yours to do with as you please. Provided they are wise enough to surrender, of course. The Uchiha will be slaves or ashes, either one makes Toby happy. Kabuto looked at him curiously. Why the sudden interest in the Uchiha? They were mean to Toby a long time ago, so Toby does not like them. The conversation was brought to a sudden halt by a yellow flash down next to Yujito. XXXXXXXXXXX. The Akatsuki never bothered to search the Jinhyuriki who were brought in for extraction. When Naruto had been captured, he'd been wearing a necklace worth a pair of gold mines and the mountains on top of them. No one had bothered to remove it from him. Just as no one had thought to check Yujito's packs where a trikonao was located. XXXXXXXXXX. The instant Naruto appeared, 100 Konao and shuriken came down on him. He didn't bother trying to avoid them. The red chakras simply appeared and they bounced away harmlessly. Since making the contract, he had discovered that the red chakra now acted as an ultimate defense, protecting him from danger even if he was unaware of it. "Stop!" Pain shouted. "If any of you harm the Jinchuriki by mistake, I will have you killed." "Her name is Yujito," Naruto called out. "And she is not the one in danger now." She was floating suspended in the air as chakra was slowly being drawn from her mouth and eyes. He put his hands on her shoulders and willed the red chakra to flow out around her until they were both protected by it. She remained unconscious with chakra oozing out of her. "What do you think you are doing?" Pain demanded. "You have no idea what you are interfering with." "Actually, Pain, you're the one who has no idea. You may be pretty smart when it comes to jutsu, but what you're doing here will only end in disaster. It will not only fail, it will destroy the world." Pain shook his head. "I can control this power." "No, you can't, even if you do think you're Kami, you're not," Naruto said. "And only Kami could do what you have in mind, create a living being." "You know nothing," Pain replied. "What I am doing will bring the world peace." Naruto shrugged. "I suppose that's true at any rate. I mean, with everyone dead there won't be any more fighting. But that's not the sort of peace I want." Naruto looked at him. "You want peace and you want to protect your village. I can understand that because I want those things too, but the path you've chosen is the wrong one." "It is the only one," Pain stated. "We live in a world filled with blood and violence, filled with small men who prey upon the weak. In such a world peace must be imposed, and for it to be a lasting peace it must be imposed by a power so great none would ever try to oppose it. And what good does it do you if you're destroyed trying to gain this power?" Naruto sighed and looked around at all the people present. He knew how this was going to end, but he would keep his promise. "Jiraiya asked me to tell you, that he was sorry for failing you, Konan, and Nagato. He says he should have kept you with him and made sure that you were all right. He wants you to know that he did what he thought best at the time and was sorry that it was not enough." Konan seemed genuinely moved while Pain nodded. "For what it is worth, I do not blame Jiraiya. He was a foreigner and he owed us nothing. What he did for us was a great kindness, and for that he will always have my thanks and my respect. He also asked me to make you and Konan a last offer. End your efforts at acquiring the Biju, release Yujito, and agree to disband Akatsuki, and I will leave you in peace and never return." Pain looked him with a slight frown. "You are in no position to dictate to me. I fully acknowledge you are a powerful ninja, but Itachi was able to defeat you. What can you do against not only all of Akatsuki but an entire village as well?" "Annihilate you," Naruto answered quietly. "Please believe me when I say I have power enough to destroy you all. I would rather not do that, but I am here today to settle all accounts and end the threat of Akatsuki once and for all." "I cannot be bluffed," Pain said. Sasori suddenly spoke up. "The demonic chakra, how are you able to wield it? You no longer possess the Kyuubi." "I have a contract with the Kyuubi, which means all his power is at my disposal," Naruto said calmly. The surprise was obvious on most of their faces. Behind him he could hear the rain nin suddenly whispering to one another. "That is a lie," Pain accused loudly. All the whispers halted. "Perhaps you do somehow retain a small remnant of the Kyuubi's power, but that is nothing that we cannot handle." Around Naruto 5 ninjas suddenly appeared in puffs of smoke. They were all wearing the black robes with red clouds. They had something else in common as well. They all have the same jujutsu, the Rinnegan, I suppose, Naruto noted. "That is correct, these are the 6 paths of pain." Naruto halted for a moment and then began to laugh. "You find something amusing in all this?" Naruto needed a moment before he could talk. "Sorry, it's just that Itachi told me that you were 6 just before he died." It drove me crazy trying to figure out what he meant. My other selves are extremely formidable. Pain explained. You will be no match for them. Really? 5 arms of red chakra leapt out. They were too close to dodge and all 5 were caught. Naruto wasted no time in crushing them and sending their blood spewing into the air. Is that all it comes down to? Who has more power? One by one, 4 tails emerged from out of the red chakra. The ordinary ninja in the temple began to carefully back away from him. The only thing that kept them from running was that their god was watching. As for the Akatsuki, all of them began looking very nervous except for Pain and the one in the orange mask. How can you have this level of power without the Kyuubi inside you? Kabuto asked. I already told you, Naruto took out a kunai. I have a contract with the Kyuubi. That is impossible. Pain said firmly. The Kyuubi is bound within this prison. Naruto just smiled. Funny thing, people keep telling me the things I do are impossible, and I just keep doing them anyway. Now I'll give you one final chance to spare your village and yourself. Give this up. Never, he answered. Konan looked very fearful. All right then, let me show you my real power. With that he sliced open his palm. I don't suppose that any of you are seal masters by any chance. Seeing their stares he shook his head. I don't suppose it matters, none of you strike me as the self-sacrificing type. He performed a few hand signs. Summoning of the Kyuubi. With that the earth immediately began to shake. Naruto wrapped both arms around Yujito protectively and expanded the chakra out around them into the shape of a small dome. Along with the violent shaking came the sound of cracking as stone began to split apart. Tiles and chunks of brick and marble began to rain down. Some of the aim began panicking and started to run, the rest took cover as best they could. The temple was not the only thing breaking. The fingers went first. The hands of the grotesque statue snapped and crashed down onto a temple floor. The Akatsuki who had been standing on them leapt away without trouble. What the fuck is going on here? Haiden shouted. It's beautiful, yeah. Deidara created a large clay bird and hopped onto its back. Sasori landed a safe distance away and simply eyed Naruto. His bulky body did not seem to feel the debris falling on him. Kabuto had always had an excellent sense of self-preservation, and it was telling him to get out. He quickly disappeared. Konan created a large pair of wings to shelter under. She stood near Pain so that she could protect him as well. We should get out of here. She yelled to him. He did not hear her. All he could see or hear was the main part of the statue and the large crack running down the middle of it. Pain stood there and stared at it fascinated, drawn to it like a moth to a flame. And as the crack widened he saw the most beautiful white light. Konan could feel the power mounting behind the crack and she felt terror. Her first impulse was to get away and save herself, but she couldn't abandon him. She grabbed his shoulder and shook him roughly, screaming at him. Pain. We have to go. It's going to. The word she would have used was explode, but it never left her mouth. All at once the prison gave way and the power inside was released. The explosion was like 10,000 tags going off at once. The temple and everything within 10 city blocks was leveled and completely destroyed. Everyone in the blast radius died immediately. Except for Naruto and Yujito. When the explosion ended he saw 6 forms of pure white light race into the sky like comets. They headed into different directions and were quickly gone from sight. Some of the light flowed rapidly back into Yujito. That too was quickly gone from sight. With all the chakra returned to her, Yujito seemed to breathe easier, though she remained unconscious. That left one light hanging in the air above them. As Naruto watched it began to thicken and expand, growing in size and in mass. The light that had started out as pure white began to take on a reddish tint. The huge lump began to grow 4 legs and a head with a snout. 9 distinct tails grew. The legs slammed down into the crater that had once been a temple. The monster reared his head back and let loose a long and bloodthirsty howl. After 16 years the Kyuubi once more walked the earth. Naruto found himself again staring up at the monster. Only this time it wasn't a dreamscape, he was in the real world and he had just set the Kyuubi free. A little late he wondered if contracts without paper were binding. Kyuubi! He shouted. The creature's huge head bent down and two orange eyes looked down at him. The lips pulled back to reveal two long rows of teeth. Well, it looks like you have kept your end of the bargain and I shall keep mine. Well, that is really, good to know. So you have to obey me, right? The eyelids came down a bit. Yes. All right, did any of the Akatsuki survive? The fox nodded his huge head. Yes, 2 members, Uchiha Madara and Yakushi Kabuto. An Uchiha? Naruto shouted. You mean there was another Uchiha in Akatsuki besides Itachi? Madara was the original founder of Akatsuki. The fox grinned. There was much more, but he deliberately chose not to share. Oh well, he's not going to be recruiting any new members. I want them both dead. Done. The Kyuubi grinned down at him. You realize of course that there will be a certain amount of collateral damage. Which is your way of saying you're going to level most of the village to get them? Naruto frowned but nodded. Cause as little damage and loss of life as possible, but I want Akatsuki destroyed once and for all. Laughing, the fox leapt away, eager to finally get to play again after his long confinement. XXXXXXXXXX. Madara had thrown away his mask and was fleeing in mindless terror. A huge paw came crashing down in front of him and he was forced to stop. Oh, you can do better than that. The fox laughed. Give me a good chase before I eat you. Madara shook as he looked up at the face of the grinning beast. You cannot do this. We have a contract. The fox's laughter boomed out again. We had a contract. It was broken the instant you imprisoned me. Now run some more, I am having fun. His ability to become intangible was useless against the Kyuubi. He was left with no choice but to run again. Like a cat, or fox, playing with a mouse, the Kyuubi gave chase. XXXXXXXXXX. The Kyuubi eventually returned with the half-chewed-up body of Kabuto, which he promptly spat out. The Uchiha he had eaten. With the fight over, Naruto dismissed the Kyuubi. He took a quick survey of the village. From what he could see, there weren't many buildings left standing. He was sure the people of Rain Country would blame him for releasing the Kyuubi. But Akatsuki was at long last completely gone. To him that was a victory no matter the cost. XXXXXXXXXX. Yujito slowly opened her eyes. She looked up to see the face that she most wanted to see. Naruto? Is that you? He gave her a smile. Afraid so. She reached up and gently touched his cheek with her hand. You have whiskers. He laughed. I'll explain later. You came for me. She shook her head. Yeah, I did. She just stared up at him. She felt pretty weak, but she was in his arms, somehow that made it all right. Why? Why would you do that? He leaned down and gave her a slow and gentle kiss. Because you are precious to me and I would never abandon you. She felt her face blush and her heartbeat pick up. He stood up, holding her in his arms bridal style. Let's go home, Yujito-chan, my mom is making her special ramen. Home. He smiled and nodded. Home. They disappeared in a flash of yellow. Spoiler. 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 Chapter 101, Epilogue. Months later. He was sitting in the waiting room nervously. Yujito, his second wife, was sitting next to him, holding his hand, trying to comfort him. His mom, Alisa, his new brother Masaharu, Uncle Shinzu, his Naizen, and Kiba were all there waiting with him. Kusina saw the look on her son's face and grinned. You don't need to be so nervous, Naruto-kun, everything is fine. I know that, but I just can't help it. A couple hours passed before Shizun came out. Everyone jumped to their feet. Is everything alright? Naruto asked. How is Hinata-chan? Shizun smiled and motioned for calm. Mother and son are both doing fine. Come with me. They all followed close behind as she took them to a private room on the second floor. There an exhausted-looking Hinata held a small bundle in her arms as Niji smiled down. Hinata looked up at her husband and gave him a gentle and loving smile. Naruto-kun, there is someone here who wants to meet you. Naruto walked to her side and looked down at the tiny little person in her arms. She gently held him out to his father and he oh so carefully took him. Kusina, Hinata, and Niji all told him how to hold a baby. Carefully supporting him, Naruto looked down into the baby's face. His son already had a little blonde hair and his eyes were open. They were a blue much lighter than his own. And on each of his little cheeks were 3 scars. It amazed and scared him how much he loved his son. It didn't seem possible that someone you had only just met could get such a hold on your heart. Gently he leaned down and kissed his son's forehead. Hello Minato-kun, I'm your dad, and I love you very much. XXXXXXXXXXX. 5 years later. A 21-year-old Naruto looked up from the maps. Despite his age, his eyes had weariness in them. In one way or another he had been fighting to make his dreams come true his entire life. Sometimes in moments like these the exhaustion from all that struggle came through. But even if his eyes held some fatigue, they also held a greater strength and resolve. He wasn't just fighting for himself or his family now. He was fighting for everyone. He was fighting to bring on a new golden age of peace to the world. This is the last battle, Naruto told them. After today the war will be over and there will be no more killing. A pale and weary-looking Jiraiya shook his head. There will always be battles to be fought. Even when this war ends and peace begins again, there will still be enemies out there somewhere. Naruto nodded slowly. I guess there will be, he admitted quietly. But there won't be any more wars. Naruto looked closely at the man who had been his sensei and a kindly grandfather to him. Jiraiya was dying of liver failure. A slow painful death, and not the kind of heroic end the old pervert had always pictured for himself. He had always said he wanted to end his life in a glorious battle. He looked at the other faces in the command tent. His mom, Kakashi, and Asuma were also glancing towards Jiraiya. They all knew. The tent flap opened and his aide walked in. She was a 17-year-old Chunin wearing a black and red bodysuit. Her long dark hair was tied in a ponytail with a pink bow. On her ring finger was an engagement ring from Sarutobi Konohamaru. She had an excited smile on her face. Naizen. The cages are coming out under flag of truce. Alisa. Her mother said sharply. What have I told you about Campo discipline? The girl gave her mother an amused look and then performed a ridiculously deep bow to her older brother. Oh, forgive me, great and powerful Hokage-sama. Naruto grinned and rubbed the top of her head affectionately. All right Alisa-chan, but just this once. Kusina shook her head. You know you're not helping. Kakashi decided to try and bring things back on track. It looks like they've accepted your offer to parley. It's a waste of time, Jiraiya croaked. They'll never agree to your terms. Probably not, Naruto admitted. But if there's any chance to save lives, I have to try. With that he left the meeting. None of them tried to argue him out of it. They all knew he was going no matter what. Besides, with his ultimate defense there was no chance that the cages could do him any harm even if they were stupid enough to try. XXXXXXXXXX. As he left the command tent, people saluted him or called greetings. He was surrounded by familiar faces. Haku and Gabriella were talking with Kiba and Teiwa. Along with their 6 adopted children, the Mamakais had a natural-born son and daughter. They had just recently moved out of the Namikaze estates and into their own mansion. It had seemed odd at first to know there were Uchiha children in his home, but after a while they had become part of the family. In a way that saddened him. The Uchiha were just people like everyone else, if only Ryuki and a few others could have understood that. Kakashi had grown extremely close to his son Obito and they were hardly ever seen apart in the village. Kiba and Teiwaya had finally gotten married a year ago. Teiwaya had given birth to a healthy baby boy 4 months later. Even though she was occasionally seen chasing him around the village threatening to cut his balls off, they were a happy couple. He spotted Ino and Chuji exchanging a kiss, no doubt for added luck. Hinata's old rival had found the man of her dreams and they were very happy with 2 little girls. Seeing Ino and Chuji immediately made him think about Chika and Temari back in the village. Chika was acting Hokage while Temari was stuck there due to good old rule number 77. Naruto laughed at the irony of it. Temari had been trying to get pregnant for 5 years without success. This of course had led to Shikamaru complaining about being forced to try and get his wife pregnant when he's rather be relaxing. That in turn usually led to Kiba mocking him for complaining about having to have sex with a beautiful woman. Then of course Temari had gotten pregnant on the eve of the climatic final battle of the war and been forced to remain home. Not too surprisingly she blamed Chika. Hinata was also home due to Rule 77. She was going to have their 3rd child. While she was there she would look after their son as well as their 3-year-old daughter, Hana. She would also take care of the 4-year-old son he and Yujito had. The boy's name was Junsaku. He missed all his children terribly, that was the worst thing about having to be out on campaign, having to be away from the ones you loved. He promised himself that when this war was over he was never leaving Konoha again unless he could take the whole family with him. Thinking about family he also thought about Uncle Shinzu. He had a total of 8 children now from his 3 wives. Just as with his own family all of Shinzu's children were being brought up to see each other as brothers and sisters. Each child had a mom and 2 aunts. Shinzu's 3 eldest sons were especially close as only brothers could be. Shinzu was already talking about the day the 3 of them would be a genin squad. He spotted Tenten and her genin squad. Her son Hisashi was living back in the Hyuga compound. With his father Niji, the clan head. The Hyuga clan really had changed and Naruto was very proud to have been the catalyst. He finally found the person he's been looking for. Coming up from behind he suddenly grabbed her and gave her a kiss. "Did I surprise you?" Yujito smiled at him. "No silly, I smelled you sneaking up on me the whole way." He shook his head. "One of these days I am going to surprise you. Good luck. The cages have come out to parley, since there are 2 of them you want to come with me so the numbers are even." A cat-like grin played across her face. "I wouldn't miss it for the world. XXXXXXXXXX." The Raikage and the Tsuchikage stood in the ground between the 2 armies. Behind them was a force of about 4,000 rock and lightning nin. Before them was an army of about 5,000 with banners from every other ninja village including Mist and Sand. This was the army of the Grand Alliance, and it was the army of the Fox Lord, Namikaze Naruto. All alone the lands of Earth and Lightning had struggled to resist the growing economic and military might of the Alliance. Knowing they stood little chance in an open war they had instead launched a campaign of terror with assassinations and bombing and uprisings, all aimed at weakening the Alliance. But in the end it had led the 6th Hokage to declare war on their lands, and now this would be the decisive battle. Unless they could come to some sort of agreement. "He's coming," the Tsuchikage said. "And it looks like he is bringing his wife." "Yujito?" the suddenly nervous Raikage asked. The Tsuchikage smirked. "Oh that's right, she scares you doesn't she?" "Don't mock me," the Raikage said. "If you had ever seen her angry you would be scared too." Naruto and Yujito approached them. Bows and pleasantries were exchanged. Yujito smiled at the Raikage hungrily and she could smell his fear. "Well then you asked for this parley," the Tsuchikage began. "What do you want to discuss?" Naruto smiled. "Since I'm inside aren't all the IWA nin supposed to retreat?" Since the Tsuchikage did not respond to his little joke, Naruto continued. My terms haven't changed. You and your families must surrender to me. You will be given spacious homes in the village of Konoha and treated well, but you will not be allowed to leave. Your nations must surrender unconditionally and end the terror attacks. Both of your countries will be allowed to join the Grand Alliance once I am satisfied they will honor their obligations. Think carefully before you answer, my terms are generous. We don't need to think about it, the Tsuchikage spat. Your terms will leave us your slaves. Naruto grimaced thinking about his uncle all those years ago. Unlike IWA, Konoha does not keep slaves. Your country will have the same rights as all other alliance members. So you would try and reduce us to the same status as waterfall or grass? The Tsuchikage demanded. That's right, Naruto stated. All the members are equals and follow the same laws and hold the same obligations to one another. When your two nations join, there will be an end to war. Do you truly believe that? The Raikage asked. Is that really your goal or just a pretty sounding piece of propaganda? Naruto looked at him firmly. I mean to bring peace to this world, and I will. Whether you live to see it or not is entirely up to you. And what place do ninja have in a world of peace? The Tsuchikage mocked. Some will remain warriors, no doubt. Naruto answered. There will always be a need for soldiers and a police force to keep the peace and maintain order. But jutsus and chakra can have uses besides killing. The greatest healers in the world are medic nins. The greatest builders in the world are earth-type ninja. Ninja can bring water where it is needed, or wind to drive ships. Ninja can provide swift and certain transport of mail and goods and 100 other tasks that do not require killing. There will always be a place for ninja in this world. The Tsuchikage shook his head, refusing to see it. We are the greatest warriors this world has ever known. That is our place. To do what you suggest would strip us of all honor and glory. What I suggest is a way for us to live without pointless wars and the waste they cause. I've had enough. The Tsuchikage turned to go. There is no possibility of agreement. The Raikage also turned to leave. I'll be seeing you soon. Yujito purred. Naruto shook his head sadly. Why does it always come to this? XXXXXXXXXXX. He allowed the cages to return and officially end the truce before he walked out well in front of his army. Just as he went, a hand fell on his shoulder. He turned and saw who it was. Kid, Jiraya's voice croaked. Let me take the lead. Naruto looked at the old man who he loved. Granddad. He smiled one of his old happy smiles. Come on, kid, do this one last favor for me. We both know I'm dying, at most I have maybe 6 months left. My life has been a great story, kid, one filled with adventure and romance and joy and sorrow. But every story has to end sometime. Me dying in a hospital bed just doesn't cut it. Now, going out all alone against an enemy army. Now that's a death worthy of a Sunin. Naruto looked at the man. He suddenly reached out and pulled him into a fierce hug. I love you, Previ Granddad. I love you too, kid, I love you too. XXXXXXXXXXX. Jiraiya stood out before the entire army, every eye was on him. He smiled, this was much better than slowly wasting away. He looked out towards the enemy. The brave hero went fearlessly forward against the enemy. He met his end like a true warrior. He nodded happily, that was the perfect ending. He bit down on his thumb. Just one more time. Summoning technique. Out of a huge puff of smoke, Gamabunta appeared. Jiraiya was glad that the Uzumaki would have the toad summoning contract once he was gone. Gamabunta looked up at the ninja sitting on his head. This is it, isn't it, Jiraiya? Yeah, it is. Jiraiya took out a flask and filled a cup. Will you have a last drink with me, Buntat? It would be an honor. He put out his tongue and Jiraiya poured the contents of the flask onto it as he gulped down his own. All right, Buntat, what do you say? One last time. The giant frog nodded and drew his sword. Right. He leapt forward and together he and Jiraiya went into the battle. XXXXXXXXXX. The forces of the Grand Alliance did not go forward. That was what Jiraiya had wanted. So instead he and all his ninja watched as Gamabunta delivered horrible destruction down on the enemy until his own wounds forced him to withdraw. Jiraiya was then left all alone in the middle of an enemy army. They all came at him at once, but it took them 10 minutes to finally bring the old man down. Naruto lowered his head in respect and wiped his tears away. That had been a death worthy of a Sannin. When he looked back up again he saw the enemy was rushing towards him. He smiled. Taking out a kunai he sliced his palm. Summoning of the Kuwabai. He rode upon the head of the mighty nine-tailed fox. Just the mere sight of the Kuwabai and the sense of his malevolent chakra was enough to bring the enemy army to a halt. The Kuwabai chuckled and Naruto knew the Baka fox wanted to play. The Kuwabai looked up at the man standing on his forehead. Well, you summoned me. Do you have an order for me or not? Naruto looked at the enemy army before him. Sick em. The Kuwabai howled with laughter and did exactly that. XXXXXXXXXX. The actual fighting lasted less than half an hour. Yujito had gone in and dealt with the Raikage personally. Otherwise all the fighting had been done by Naruto and the Kuwabai. Naruto had ordered the army to stay where it was unless attacked. Thus at the end of the battle the forces on one side had been wiped out almost to the last man while the forces on the other side had suffered exactly one casualty. It would go down as one of the most decisive victories in history and one of the most important. For with this victory the way to the unification of the whole continent was now open. XXXXXXXXXXX. 500 years later. The academy teacher was looking at his students. All right class, we are going to do a review. As one they all moaned. Ignoring that he began. We'll start with an easy one. Who was the sixth Hokage of Konoha? Every hand rose. Anyone who didn't know the answer to such an easy question was going to fail the test tomorrow. He pointed to a boy. Namikaze Naruto, Mamakai Jobi said. The teacher nodded. What were some of his accomplishments? More hands rose. He nodded to a pink-haired boy. Harano Suzuki spoke eagerly, happy to show off what he knew. He established 2 new clans here, the Uzumaki and the Mamakai. He was the founder of the Grand Alliance and its first president. He brought an end to the age of warring nations and began the Pax Konoha, the peace that has lasted ever since. He was also the one to bind the Kuwabai to the service of the Fox clan, the Namikaze. The teacher nodded pleased. The students all mocked him with whispers of teacher's pet. He looked at his laziest student. Narashikato, can you name me another accomplishment of the sixth Hokages? The boy lifted his head up. He changed what it meant to be ninja. The boy put his head back down again. Please explain, the teacher insisted. Shikato raised his head again. Bothersome, he muttered. In the age of warring nations all ninja were expected to be warriors. But now a ninja is simply someone who is able to use chakra. A ninja can be anything from a soldier to a doctor to a farmer. Seeing the teacher nod, the boy put his head back down. Was Namikaze Naruto always well respected? He pointed to a blonde girl. No, Yamanaka Kara answered. As a young child he was hated due to his being the Kuwabai's container. His mother killed everyone who threatened him. The teacher nodded. That is something all of you should remember, impressions can change over time. Someone who is a villain can become a hero, and a hero can end up a villain. Now who can tell me about the unknown clan? He pointed to a dark-haired boy. Heitake Obito answered. There was once a clan who revolted against the Hokage and tried to kill him. The Hokage ordered all records of the clan destroyed. The teacher grinned. And what was this clan's name? The boy shook his head, he wasn't about to fall for such a simple trick question. No one knows, the clan's name was lost as well as their abilities and even the exact reason why they rebelled. It is known that the Hokage took revenge by killing all of them and exterminating the clan. What were some of the names the sixth Hokage was known by? I'll answer that one. A girl's voice called out. The teacher was not surprised that his top student would want to answer that question. By all means, Namikaze Kushina. The girl first took her pet fox from her lap and set him down on her desk. She then stood so she had everyone's attention. She had long flowing red hair, green eyes, and a mischievous grin. On each cheek were 3 scars. One day she would replace her father as the summoner of the Fox clan. She had on the black and red battle suit that both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans wore. The only way to tell them apart was the clan patch. The Uzumaki's was a whirlpool. The Namikaze had a grinning fox with 9 tails. Namikaze Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage and the father of the 8th. He is recognized by most to be the greatest ninja who ever lived. In our home he has a memorial listing all his names and titles. She cleared her throat. He was a loving son, a good brother, a devoted husband, a beloved father, a loyal friend, a terrible enemy, a fierce warrior, a great student, an adept politician. She needed another breath. He never broke a single promise, he never abandoned a precious person, he never forgot an enemy, he invented over 100 jutsus and seals, and he changed the world. In his day he was the demon of the leaf, the second Flash, the Lord of Foxes, and the summoner of the Kuwabai, but there was one other title that he was most proud of. She grinned and looked at all her classmates. He was the greatest of all the Hokages. With that she sat back down and put her little fox back in her lap. The teacher nodded, that did pretty much sum it up. The end.